Before the darkness takes over, let's make a pact. I have silenced the world for you. No interruptions after minute 15, just you, the rain, and the story in return. Leave a sign of life. Tell me where you are watching from and what time it is in your world. Lock the door, and let's begin. The voices woke me at 3 in the morning. I sat up in the narrow trailer bed, heart already racing. Laughter echoed across the 50 yards between my window and the cave mouth. Clear, distinct. A woman's voice asking about stalactites. A man responding with facts I'd memorized months ago. Impossible. The last tour ended at 6. I pressed my face against the cold glass. Darkness swallowed the landscape beyond my porch light, but the cave entrance gaped like an open mouth. No flashlights, no headlamps, just that steady murmur of conversation drifting through Kentucky night air. The voices didn't fade, they multiplied. I grabbed my flashlight and jacket. My boots hit gravel and the autumn cold bit through my shirt. 50 yards felt like 50 miles. The voices grew louder with each step. Casual chatter, someone laughing at a joke I couldn't hear, footsteps on stone echoing from deep inside. Can you imagine walking toward sounds that shouldn't exist? The cave mouth exhaled damp limestone breath. I clicked on my flashlight. The beam cut through absolute darkness, illuminating the familiar walkway, the metal railings, the first limestone formations. Empty, completely empty, but the voices continued. They came from deeper in, past the main chamber, past the tour route, toward the section we sealed off years ago. I stepped onto the limestone path. Water dripped in rhythm somewhere ahead. The mineral smell wrapped around me, thick and ancient. Then I saw them, boot prints, fresh mud, leading down the walkway. My throat tightened. The prints were clear, recent, wet enough to gleam under my flashlight beam. They tracked straight through the main chamber, past the safety barriers, toward the rusted chains marking the restricted tunnels. The voices called from beyond those chains, laughing like nothing was wrong. I followed the prints into the darkness. I ducked under the rusted chain, the metal groaning against the limestone. The smell hit me first, old iron and something sour, like wet earth left too long in darkness. My flashlight beam followed the boot prints deeper into tunnels I hadn't walked since. Wait, I'd never walked these tunnels. I started here 6 months ago. The restricted section was already sealed when I arrived. My breath fogged in front of me thick white clouds that shouldn't exist this far underground. The temperature had dropped. I could feel it through my jacket, a cold that pressed against my skin like wet fabric. Water dripped somewhere ahead, steady, rhythmic, too rhythmic, drip, 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 like a metronome counting down. The boot prints continued, tracking mud through dust that looked undisturbed for years. The contradiction made my chest tighten. I followed them around a bend where the ceiling dropped low enough to force me into a crouch. My palms scraped against limestone, gritty and damp. The prints stopped. Dead end. Solid rock face. I swept the flashlight across the wall and the beam caught fresh scratches in the stone. Letters gouged deep, the edges still pale. Tour 340 emergency exit failed. Guide trapped oxygen 4 hours. Below it, carved in smaller letters, December 19th, 2024. Today's date. My hand trembled. The flashlight beam shook across the wall. Can you imagine finding your own warning? Your own handwriting in stone you've never touched? Behind me, the voices grew louder, not echoing from the main chamber anymore. Closer, moving through solid rock, through limestone that should block all sound. Footsteps approached from inside the wall itself, dozens of them, all walking toward me through impossible space. The voice came through the limestone, clearer now. A tour guide's practiced cadence, echoing facts about mineral deposits and water tables. I pressed my palm against the cold stone. The vibrations buzzed against my skin, words bleeding through solid rock. Blackwater Cave formed over 2 million years ago. And no, that's my voice. I stumbled back. The sound followed me, bouncing off the walls, layering over itself. My own inflections, my own pauses for effect. Reciting facts I'd memorized 6 months ago, but the order was wrong, starting with geological history instead of safety protocols. What would you do, hearing yourself speak from inside the earth? I dropped to my knees in the mud. My flashlight beam trembled across the boot prints leading to this dead end. I lifted my right foot, pressed it beside the nearest print. The tread pattern matched exactly. Every ridge, every worn patch near the heel where I drag slightly when I'm tired. The cold mud squelched between my fingers as I traced the outline. Mine, all mine. The phantom footsteps grew louder, dozens of shoes on stone shuffling closer. Laughter echoed from somewhere ahead, tourists amused by some joke I couldn't hear. I spun, flashlight cutting through darkness. The tunnel behind me stretched empty. No movement, no bodies, just that voice. My voice, droning on about limestone formations. Then my beam caught something metallic lodged in the silt near the wall. Another flashlight, half buried, caked in dried mud. My hand shook as I reached for it, fingers closing around the cold aluminum cylinder. I lifted it free. Oh, oh God, the metal was warm, still warm as if someone had been holding it seconds ago. The warmth of the second flashlight seeped into my palm. Metal that should have been cold as the limestone around me. I dropped it, backed away. My mind raced back to 6 months ago, to the morning I'd signed the paperwork in Kareen, Shelby's cramped office above the gift shop. "You're running from something," she'd said, not a question. I'd stared at the contract. Atlanta, bad breakup, dead-end job, the usual. Her eyes held mine. 50-something, weathered face, hands that knew rope and rock. "This isn't a hiding place, Blake. It's quiet, but not always peaceful. Quiet is exactly what I need." She'd poured coffee that smelled like burnt earth and slid a mug across the desk. "There was an incident in 2011. A guide named Garrett Finley went down for a late inspection. Never came back up. We searched for 3 days, found nothing. No body, no equipment, no explanation." I took the mug. The warmth felt good. "What happened to him?" "Don't know," her voice dropped. "But we sealed the back tunnels after that, chain barrier. No one goes past the main tour route now. No exceptions." "Understood." "I'm serious, Blake," she leaned forward. "You hear anything strange down there, you leave. You don't investigate, you don't linger, you come up. What would you do? Take a job in a cave where someone vanished without a trace. I needed the isolation, the distance, the chance to stop thinking about everything I'd left behind. I moved into the trailer 50 yards from the cave entrance. Small, sparse, weak cell signal, perfect. 4 tour a day, same script, same jokes. Tourists laughed at the stalactite formations, gasped at the echo chamber, filed out satisfied. For 5 months and 3 weeks I heard nothing unusual. Water dripping in rhythm, wind whistling through cracks, the settling groan of ancient stone, until this week. The voices started small. A whisper I convinced myself was wind. Laughter I blamed on acoustic tricks. Footsteps that stopped when I turned around. I told myself caves played with sound, warped it, made you hear things that weren't there. But tonight, holding that warm flashlight in the dark, I understood something Corrine had been too afraid to say. Garrett Finley never left these tunnels, and neither would I. I climbed out at dawn. My hands still shook from holding that impossible warmth in the darkness. Inside the trailer, I opened the park records on my laptop. The keys felt cold under my fingertips. Damp paper smell rose from the file box Corrine had left me during orientation. Incident reports, tour logs, maintenance sheets yellowed at the edges. I needed to understand Tour 340. The logs ran sequential. Tour 337, Tour 338, Tour 339, and then nothing. The date beside 339 matched the day Garrett Finley disappeared. Tour 340 had never happened. My breath caught, but I'd heard it. I'd followed its footprints. I'd seen the warning scratched with today's date, the countdown, the emergency exit notation. Can you imagine finding proof that something impossible exists? I searched the incident file for Garrett's name. The report was thin. Male 34 hired 8 months prior vanished during routine inspection. No body recovered. Section sealed by order of Dixon Reese. There was a photo. Oh, the room tilted. I gripped the desk. That face. Those hands. The way his shoulders hunched slightly forward like mine did after a long shift. Garrett Finley looked exactly like me, not similar, not close. Identical. My pulse hammered in my ears. 3 sharp knocks rattled the trailer door. I flinched, nearly knocking over cold coffee from yesterday. Blake, Corrine's voice, but wrong, tight with fear. I opened the door. She stood in morning mist, arms wrapped around herself despite the humidity. Her eyes locked on mine, searched my face. Her mouth opened, closed. "You," she whispered. "You look just like Garrett." The words hung between us like a held breath. Behind her, past 50 yards of wet grass, the cave mouth exhaled its endless cold into the warming air. And from somewhere deep below, I heard footsteps beginning their descent. I didn't wait for the footsteps to reach us. "I have to go," I said, pushing past Corrine toward the trailer door. The cold morning air hit my face, sharp with the smell of wet limestone and something older, something wrong. Behind me, Corrine called my name, but the sound felt muffled, like I was already underwater. My truck sat where I'd parked it 6 months ago, or 8 months ago, depending on whose timeline I believed. The keys shook in my hand as I jammed them into the ignition. Click, click, nothing. I tried again. The engine didn't even turn over. Battery was new. I'd checked it last week. My palms were slick against the steering wheel and I could hear my own breathing, too fast, too shallow in the confined cab. Fine. I'd walk. The access road stretched ahead, familiar gravel crunching under my boots. 20 minutes to the main highway. I'd done it before for exercise, back when I still pretended this job was temporary. The cave mouth yawned to my left as I passed, that constant 50-degree exhale brushing the back of my neck. I didn't look, I walked faster. Pine trees lined the road, their shadows stretching in the early light. I counted my steps. 400, 600. The rhythm calmed me, gave me something to focus on besides the pressure building in my chest. Like I'd forgotten to breathe properly, like the air wasn't reaching deep enough. 800 steps. The trailer appeared ahead. No, that's... I spun around. The road behind me stretched empty, gravel undisturbed except for my own footprints leading back the way I'd come. I'd been walking in a straight line. I'd felt the incline, the slight curve past the equipment shed. Can you lose 20 minutes and end up exactly where you started? I ran this time. Same trees, same shadows. The numbers in my head wouldn't stop. 2 hours, 53 minutes, counting down to something I couldn't name. I'd never started counting, but the knowledge sat in my skull like a stone, cold and absolute. The trailer door hung open. Corrine was gone. The cave pulled, not metaphorically. I felt it in my sternum, a fishhook tug toward that black mouth. My legs moved without permission, carrying me down the wooden steps, past the rusted chain barrier I'd crossed last night. The air grew thick, pressing against my eardrums. Every tunnel branched wrong. I tried the northern passage toward the old echo chamber, but the walls curved, narrowed, and deposited me at the restricted section's dead end. I tried again. Western route toward the formation they called the cathedral. The path twisted back on itself, limestone slick under my boots, and delivered me to the same scratched warning. Same muddy boot prints. Same emergency exit rusted shut. 2 hours, 38 minutes. I pressed my forehead against the cold stone, trying to remember when I'd started counting. The oxygen timer in my head ticked down with mechanical precision, each second dropping like water into an endless well. But I hadn't looked at my watch, hadn't checked the time since. Since when? The counting had always been there, and something in the darkness ahead, past the warning, past the point where my flashlight beam dissolved into nothing, something was waiting for me to run out. The figure ahead wore my jacket. I stopped. Flashlight beam shaking against wet limestone. Same olive canvas. Same frayed cuff on the left sleeve. The back of his head, my head, turned slightly and I saw the curve of my own ear, the exact angle of my jaw. He moved forward, boots squelching in mud. I couldn't breathe. The cold air pressed into my lungs like stones, mineral-scented and stale, but I forced myself to follow. What else could I do? Stay frozen in the dark. The double reached a junction where 3 tunnels split. He stopped, turned. Oh, God, my face, pale as cave fungus. Mouth moving, shaping words I couldn't hear. His eyes, my eyes, locked onto mine, but there was no recognition. No shock, just terror, raw and endless. His lips kept moving, forming the same silent phrase over and over. Then he pointed deeper into the left tunnel. I tried to speak. What are you? He turned and walked into solid stone, not through a passage, into the wall itself. Gone. My hand reached out, touched the limestone where he'd vanished. Solid, cold, real. Can you imagine what that feels like? Watching yourself disappear into rock. Something echoed from the left tunnel. A voice. My voice. I forced my legs to move. Every step felt wrong, like walking against current. The tunnel sloped downward, narrower now, and the voice grew clearer. Reciting. Blackwater Cave formed approximately 300 million years ago during the Mississippian period. Water dissolved the limestone, creating passages at a rate of, I rounded the corner. There I was again, standing in profile, gesturing to empty air, giving a tour to no one. My mouth moved in perfect sync with the words echoing off stone, but the tone was flat, mechanical, like I'd said them 10,000 times and lost all meaning. Please stay behind the guide at all times. The formations are fragile and, hey, I said. He didn't stop, didn't turn. Hey, louder now. Nothing. He continued the script, turning to face where a tour group should be, smiling at vacant darkness. Further ahead, past his frozen performance, I saw movement. Another figure crouched low. No, not another, me again. This one knelt at the dead end, right arm moving in jerky motions, scratching, metal on stone. The sound scraped through my skull, sharp, rhythmic, desperate. I walked past my touring self. He didn't acknowledge me. I could have touched him, could have shaken his shoulder. But something in my gut told me he was as solid and as empty as the wall that swallowed the first one. The crouching figure kept scratching. I crept closer, saw the words forming under his, under mine. Under our fingernails, bleeding and broken. Tour 340. Emergency exit failed. He was creating the warning I'd already found. I knelt beside him. Can you hear me? His hand never stopped, eyes fixed on the stone. Lips pressed tight, I reached out. My fingers passed through his wrist like mist. That's when I understood. They weren't ghosts. They were echoes. Moments trapped in stone, playing forever. And if they were here, still scratching, still giving tour, still pointing the way, then what was I? My hand passed through him like he wasn't there, like I wasn't there. The cold shot up my arm, not from his body, but from the stone itself. The limestone felt wrong against my palm, too smooth, too warm, as if it had been touched moments ago by something living. The smell of damp earth filled my lungs, but underneath it, something metallic, copper, blood maybe, or rust. The crouching figure kept scratching. The sound echoed in triplets, each repetition slightly delayed, like my ears couldn't decide which moment to hear. Then I remembered this. Not as a memory surfacing, as something happening right now. I was scratching the warning into stone, my fingernails tearing, limestone dust bitter on my tongue. But I was also standing behind myself, watching. And I was somewhere else entirely, shaking Kareen's hand on my first day, her smile tight with something unspoken. 2011, 6 months ago. The same handshake, the same trailer, the same damp cold seeping through my jacket. Can you imagine holding two lives in your head at once? Both real, both true, both ending here in the dark. The tour guide version of me spoke through the walls, his voice, my voice, reciting stalactite formation rates. But the words layered wrong. I heard myself say 10,000 years and 6 months ago, and never all at once, syllables bleeding together like water through limestone. Oh, no, 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 I done this before. Not remembered it. Done it, the descent, the voices, the boot prints that matched mine because they were mine, left hours ago, days ago, years ago. Time didn't move right down here. It folded. It looped. It trapped. And that's when I understood what the oxygen countdown really meant. I ran deeper into the tunnel. The limestone pressed close, cold and damp against my shoulders. My flashlight beam jerked wildly. But I didn't need it anymore. I knew where I was going, had always known. The emergency exit waited at the far end, rusted and sealed, the door Garrett clawed at in 2011. The door I clawed at 6 months ago. The door I'm clawing at now. My fingernails scraped metal. Orange rust flaked away, tasting like old blood in the air. The handle wouldn't budge. I threw my weight against it. Nothing. The hinges had fused solid, corroded by time and cave moisture into a single, immovable slab. Help, my voice cracked. Someone, please. But you know who was coming, don't you? Behind me, footsteps echoed, not one set, dozens. I turned, flashlight shaking in my grip. They filled the tunnel, all of me. Some wore my jacket from today. Others had clothing I didn't recognize but somehow remembered buying. One was bleeding from a head wound I'd never received. Another clutched a flashlight with a dead battery. They moved in unison, faces slack, mouths opening. When they spoke, my voice layered over itself in impossible harmony. Tour 340. The exit failed. Oxygen remaining. 0 hours. I pressed against the rusted door. My chest should have been burning, lungs screaming. But I breathed normally, easily, the cave air flowing through me like I'd been part of it for years. I couldn't die here. Can you understand that? The loop wouldn't allow it. Death would have been mercy, an ending. This was continuation, eternal repetition. The countdown had always been a lie. One of the figures stepped forward. His face was mine, but older, resigned. He pointed back toward the sealed section, toward the chains and the warning scratched in stone. You have to go back, he whispered. Seal it. Forget. Start again. And that's when I understood what Corrine had been trying to tell me the whole time. I wake to morning sun through the trailer window. The light feels warm, normal. 6 months I've been here now and the routine fits like old skin. I stretch, feet hitting cold linoleum and shuffle to the coffee pot. The aroma fills the small space, bitter, comforting, real. The schedule sits on the counter, 4 tour today. I scan the list. Tour 340, something flickers in my chest. Unease maybe, but I don't know why. My phone buzzes. Corrine. Blake, she says, her voice sounds tight. I need to check on you. I'm fine. I sip coffee. Why wouldn't I be? A pause, long enough that I hear her breathing. You remind me of someone. Be careful today, okay? Don't go wandering after hours. Corrine, I know you don't remember. Her voice cracks. Just promise me. She hangs up before I can answer. I stare at the phone. What don't I remember? The coffee tastes wrong suddenly. Too bitter. I set it down and look out the window toward the cave mouth 50 yards away. Cold air seems to drift from it even in daylight, carrying the smell of limestone and standing water. Tonight, I'll hear something. I don't know how I know this, but the certainty sits heavy in my gut. Voices, maybe. Footsteps echoing where no one walks. Tonight, I'll descend. Can you imagine forgetting your own nightmare? Waking clean only to walk straight back into the dark. The muddy boot prints are already there, waiting in tunnels I haven't entered. The warning is already scratched into stone, my handwriting, though I've never held the tool. Tour 340 has always been scheduled. I've always taken this job. I've always descended. The loop doesn't need my memory. It only needs my feet to carry me down, again and again, into the cold and the dark and the voices that are all mine. I finish my coffee. The sun climbs higher. Tonight comes regardless. Pen 12 was supposed to be empty. I checked the manifest twice before starting rounds. The clipboard felt heavier than usual in my cold hands. Or maybe that was just the way the night pressed down on everything out here. 10:47. My boots echoed against concrete as I approached the pen, flashlight cutting through the dark. But something stood in the center. A cow. Brown and white patches, completely still, just staring at me. I stopped. The air tasted wrong. Colder here than the other pens, and that didn't make sense. The facility's heating was uniform. I'd worked here 3 years. I knew every sound, every smell, every degree of temperature by heart. The cow didn't move, didn't shift weight or flick its tail. Its eyes caught my flashlight beam and reflected nothing. I glanced down at the manifest again. Pen 12, empty. Scheduled cleaning tomorrow morning. No livestock assigned. So what the hell was I looking at? My breath came out in small clouds as I climbed over the gate. The metal was ice under my palm. Can you imagine that silence? Not even the usual shuffle of hooves from neighboring pens. Just my heartbeat and boots scraping concrete. I got close enough to see the ear tag. The numbers stopped me cold. LEO 4379, my employee ID number. The cow blinked. Once. Slow and deliberate. That's when the smell hit me. Metallic, thick, like copper pennies left in a closed fist too long, like the taste of blood before it reaches your tongue. I'd smelled it before, somewhere, but my mind wouldn't place it. The cow's mouth didn't move, but somewhere behind its eyes, I saw recognition. And that's when I realized it was looking at me the way you'd look at a replacement. I thumbed the radio. Frank, I need you to check something. Static crackled. Then his voice, bored and tinny. What's up, Leo? Pen 12. The manifest says empty, but there's a cow here. I stared at the animal. It hadn't moved. Hadn't blinked, just watched. Hold on. Keys clicking in the background. System shows pen 12's been empty since Monday. No livestock assigned. No tag registered. My throat tightened. Frank, I'm looking right at it. You sure you're at 12? The number was painted on the gate. Bold, white, 12. Yeah, I'm sure, he sighed. Take a picture, send it through. Good, yes, evidence. I pulled out my phone, hands steadier than they should have been. The camera focused. The cow filled the frame, that metallic smell still thick in the cold air. I snapped the photo. The screen showed bare concrete. I blinked, lowered the phone. The cow stood 3 feet away, massive and silent. Raised the phone again, empty pen, just gray floor and shadows. Leo, Frank's voice broke through the static. You send it. Yeah, it's, my voice felt distant. Have you ever doubted your own eyes? Wondered if your mind was betraying you? I clipped the radio, took a step forward. The cow didn't move, didn't react. I reached out slowly, my fingertips trembling as they met the hide. Cold, not cool. Not damp from night air. Cold as freezer meat. As something dead for days. I jerked my hand back, but the cold clung to my fingers, spreading up my wrist like frostbite. The cow's ear tag swayed slightly, my employee number catching the dim overhead light. And then, oh God, then its jaw moved. The jaw moved, and my voice came out. Not a moo, not animal sound, my voice. The same flat Midwest tone I'd heard on voicemails, the one Cheryl said always sounded tired. I've been standing here since March. I stumbled backward. My boot caught the pen rail. The cold metal bit through my jeans, but I barely felt it. The cow's mouth didn't sync with the words. They just emanated from its throat, from the air between us. I collapsed during rounds, it continued, each syllable slow and deliberate. Stroke, right here, right where you're standing now. My hand was still numb from touching its hide. I shoved it into my jacket pocket, squeezed my fingers into a fist. The warmth wouldn't return. 3 days before they found me. Have you ever heard your own voice say something you didn't speak? It's not like hearing a recording. That's just embarrassing, hearing how you really sound. This was violation. Someone wearing my vocal cords like a costume. I shook my head. No, this was. What? Exhaustion. Carbon monoxide from the truck. I'd skipped dinner. Low blood sugar. Something rational. Something fixable. But that metallic smell thickened in my nostrils. Copper and rot. The scent memory of the meat locker when the generator died last July. You're not real, I whispered. The cow blinked. Once, slowly, its massive head tilted, almost sympathetic. My radio crackled to life. Frank's voice cut through the static. Leo, you copy, finishing my rounds in the east wing. Heading your way, I grabbed the radio. Frank, stay on the line, I need. But the transmission ended. Just dead air and the hiss of an open channel. Footsteps. Heavy boots on concrete. The familiar rhythm of Frank's Bowligate gate echoing from the corridor. Relief flooded my chest. Frank. Solid, practical Frank who'd worked here 20 years. He'd see this. Confirm I wasn't losing my mind. We'd call animal control, figure out how something this size got in, laugh about it next week over coffee. The footsteps grew louder. I turned toward the corridor entrance. Frank, over here, pen 12. You gotta see, Frank appeared under the overhead light. 58 years old, thermos in one hand, clipboard tucked under his arm. His breath fogged in the cold air. He walked right past me, not around me, past me. His eyes swept the pen, landed on the empty space where I stood, and continued moving. No recognition, no pause. Frank, I shouted. My voice bounced off the concrete walls. He kept walking, boots scuffing, humming something under his breath. Some old country song he always hummed. I lunged forward, reached for his shoulder. My hand passed through empty air. He was already 10 feet away, turning the corner toward the south pens. The radio crackled again. Frank's voice. East wing clear. Pen 12 clear, moving to loading docks. I stood there, radio hanging from my belt. My breath should have been fogging like his. It wasn't. I raised my hand to my mouth, exhaled hard, watched for the white vapor. Nothing. The cow watched me with patient, knowing eyes. And when it spoke again in my stolen voice, I finally understood why the air had grown so cold. The cow spoke again in my voice. Check your pulse. I pressed 2 fingers against my left wrist, pushed harder. The skin felt room temperature, no colder, like touching raw chicken from the back of the fridge. I shifted my grip, searching for the familiar throb beneath the surface. Nothing. I tried my neck, pressed until my fingertips ached or should have ached. The pressure registered as information, not sensation, like watching someone else get touched through a screen. No pulse, no heartbeat. I stood there in pen 12, fingers jammed against my carotid artery, and felt absolutely nothing moving inside me. Have you ever tried to find your own heartbeat and failed? The panic that floods through you, except I felt no flood, no adrenaline spike, just silence. The absence where my body's rhythm should have been. I exhaled hard, watching for fog. The cold air stayed clear. My chest rose and fell, habit, muscle memory, but nothing came out. I was breathing the way you move your legs in a dream, the motion without the function. Cheryl kissed me goodbye at 8:45. I remembered the warmth of her lips, the coffee smell on her breath. She'd adjusted my collar, her fingertips brushing my neck. Had she noticed then? Had my skin already felt wrong to her touch? I looked down at my left hand. My wedding ring hung loose on my finger, too loose. I'd worn that band for 19 years, snug enough to leave an indent. Now it twisted freely, the gold dull under the fluorescent lights. I pulled it off. It slid away with no resistance, and underneath, my finger showed no tan line at all. But the skin beneath looked thin, translucent. I could see the shape of bone through it like wax paper wrapped around wire. I stared at the bone beneath my skin, translucent as wax paper. Russell Payne. The cow's voice, my voice, broke through my paralysis. I looked up. Its dark eyes held something I recognized now. Resignation. That was my name, it said. Before pen 12. The metallic smell thickened. My stomach turned, though I couldn't feel hunger anymore. Couldn't feel much of anything except the cold radiating from the concrete beneath my boots. You had the stroke 20 minutes ago. The cow didn't blink. 10:47 p.m., right behind me, where you're standing. I stepped back. The concrete felt wrong under my feet, too solid, too real for someone who wasn't breathing. You're on the ground in pen 12 right now. The cow's jaw moved with my cadence, my Nebraska drawl. I'm watching you die. No, your phone's 3 feet from your hand. You tried to reach it. Couldn't. The air pressure changed. Or maybe I just finally noticed the silence, how the usual hum of the facility had vanished, how isolated pen 12 really was. Can you imagine standing in a place where sound just stops? Tomorrow at dawn I'll be free. The cow shifted its weight. Hooves scraped concrete. You'll replace me. The words didn't make sense, couldn't make sense. That's not, my voice cracked. I'm standing here, I'm talking to you. For now, run. Every instinct screamed it. I turned, boots pounding concrete. The exit corridor stretched ahead, fluorescent lights buzzing, the first sound I'd heard in minutes. My legs moved but felt distant, like borrowed limbs. Behind me, that metallic smell grew stronger. And ahead, oh God, ahead the corridor was turning back. The corridor opened back to pen 12. I stopped, gasped. My legs buckled beneath me, but I didn't fall. I just stood there swaying. The metallic smell wrapped around my throat like a fist. There, On the concrete, me. I was lying on my side, one arm stretched out, fingers curled toward nothing. My eyes were open, staring at the wall. My mouth hung slack, a thin line of drool connecting my cheek to the floor. The phone lay 3 feet away, screen still glowing. 10:51 p.m. 4 minutes. 4 minutes since I'd found the cow. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. No, wait, I wasn't breathing anyway. Was I? My chest didn't rise. Didn't fall, just still. Boots echoed down the corridor. Frank. I spun toward the sound, relief flooding through me. Frank would see. Frank would call someone. Frank would. He walked right past. His flashlight beam swept across the pen, across my body, across my open eyes. He didn't pause, didn't slow. The boots kept their steady rhythm, fading toward the loading dock. Frank, I screamed. Frank, I'm right here. The sound that came out. Oh God. Oh God, it wasn't my voice. It was low, guttural. A drawn-out moo that vibrated in my chest and rattled my teeth. I pressed my hands to my throat, choking on the sound. My hands. I stared down at them. The fingers were thinner, longer. The wedding ring hung loose on my fourth finger, slipping toward the knuckle. The skin looked waxy, pale, like it was already starting to forget what human flesh should look like. What would you do if your body started erasing you piece by piece, and you were still aware enough to watch it happen? I ran. My boots hammered concrete, echoing off metal gates and empty pens. The exit corridor stretched ahead. 50 feet, 40, 30. Cold air bit my face. I could smell diesel from the parking lot, rain on asphalt. Freedom. Just through that door. I hit the push bar hard. The door swung open, and I stumbled back into pen 12. Concrete walls, the metallic stench. Russell standing center, watching me with those flat cow eyes. The corridor behind me led, backward, to where I'd just come from. No, I spun and ran again. Same hallway, same distance. I counted my steps this time, 53. The door opened onto pen 12. Russell hadn't moved. My corpse still lay 3 feet from the gate, phone screen dark now. Third time, fourth. The hallway never changed. My legs ached. Or did they? Could I even feel pain anymore? What would you do? Keep running. Keep hoping the next door would be different. I grabbed a metal bucket from pen 14, hurled it at the office window. Glass exploded outward in a glittering spray. Sharp edges jutted from the frame like teeth. I punched through them, felt pressure, but no pain, no warmth spreading down my wrist. I pulled my hand back and stared at the pale skin. Clean, uncut, nothing. 7 months I tried. Russell's voice, my voice, drifted from pen 12. He stood at the gate now, massive head lowered. Every window, every door, every wall. He exhaled, breath steaming in the cold. You can't leave until replacement comes. The word hung there, replacement. And somewhere beyond these walls, someone was filling out an application. Someone who didn't know pen 12 was waiting. Replacement. That word cracked something open in my skull. March, cold morning. The memory surfaced like a body rising from deep water. I'd been the one to find him. Russell Payne, I remembered now. Day shift supervisor called me at 6 in the morning, 3 hours past end of watch. Russell never clocked out, didn't answer his phone. I drove back in dawn light, keys jangling against my hip. Pen 12 gate was locked from the outside. I'd opened it myself. The padlock was cold, so cold my fingers stuck to the metal. The smell hit me before I saw him, metallic, sharp, like sucking on a penny while standing in a freezer. Russell lay center pen, face down, one arm stretched toward his phone 3 feet away. The concrete around him was darker, not blood, just wrong. His night shift jacket was twisted halfway up his back like he'd been crawling. Can you imagine finding that, your coworker? 3 days rotting in an empty pen nobody checks except during auctions. I'd called 911, waited by the gate, didn't go closer, couldn't. The smell wrapped around my throat like hands. They said stroke, instantaneous. Poor bastard probably didn't suffer, but I knew. Oh God, I knew now. Russell had been standing there the whole time, watching me discover his corpse, watching the EMTS bag him, watching Frank update the schedule with position vacant. That metallic smell clung to my uniform for days. I pressed my wrist against my nose now, breath deep. There it was, copper, decay. The scent of meat left too long in a locked pen. I smelled like death, because I was death, and 5 a.m. was only hours away. The clock above the office door read 4:53 a.m. Russell stood in the center of pen 12, but something about him looked thinner, like fog burning off in morning sun. His edges wavered. When he shifted his weight, I could see through his shoulder to the concrete wall behind. My hands trembled. No, not trembled, something else. The fingers felt swollen, the knuckles stiff and wrong. I flexed them and heard a sound like wet leather stretching. "It's starting," Russell said. His voice came from far away now, an echo down a long tunnel. I looked down at my body. My uniform shirt stretched tight across my chest. Too tight. The fabric strained at seams that had fit perfectly 8 hours ago. My spine ached with a deep, grinding pressure, as though something was compressing each vertebra, forcing them to bend in directions they were never meant to go. Can you imagine feeling your own skeleton betray you? I dropped to my knees in the dirt outside pen 12. The impact should have hurt. It didn't. My kneecaps met the ground with a dull, distant thud. I pressed my palms flat against the cold earth and tried to breathe, tried to remember what breathing felt like. "Write it," I gasped, to myself, to anyone. Write a warning, my boot. I could drag it through the dirt, leave a message for whoever came next. I scraped my heel in long, deliberate lines. DANG, each letter took forever. My leg felt heavier with every stroke, the ankle joint grinding like rusted hinges. ER. The dirt was loose and dark, the letters clear against the pale concrete edge. There, 7 letters, 1 word. I stared at them for 3 seconds. The dirt shifted, smoothed itself, like invisible hands brushing it flat. The letters faded, no, not faded, erased, pulled back into the earth as though they'd never existed. "I tried that too," Russell said. His voice was barely a whisper now. 17 different ways. It won't let you warn them. My spine bent further. I felt my ribcage expanding, the bones spreading outward. My shirt tore along the back seam with a soft, ripping sound that seemed obscenely loud in the pre-dawn silence. Think about the last time your body felt like your own. Hold that memory. Because mine was slipping away and I couldn't, the side door clanged open. Boots on concrete. Heavy, familiar rhythm. Frank's walk. I'd heard it 1,000 times during shift changes. Leo. His voice carried across the empty pens. "You still here, buddy?" I tried to stand. My legs wouldn't straighten. The knees bent backward now, just slightly, just enough to make standing upright impossible. I crawled toward the sound of his footsteps, my hands scraping against the concrete. "Frank!" I tried to shout. My throat produced a low, guttural sound. Not words, not human. His boots passed 10 feet away. I could see him through the gaps in the pen rails, coffee thermos in one hand, clipboard in the other. His eyes swept across pen 12, across my body, the one still lying on the floor where I'd collapsed 7 hours ago. He didn't stop walking. "Leo," he called again, louder now, annoyed. "Your truck's still out front." He pulled his phone from his belt, pressed it to his ear, and 3 feet from my dead hand, my phone began to ring. The concrete is cold beneath my hooves. I stand center of pen 12, exactly where Russell stood, where I found him 7 months ago. My body, this body, smells like copper and rot. The air tastes metallic. I can feel the yellow tag clipped to my ear, swinging slightly when I move my head. 10:47 p.m. Boots echo down the corridor. New rhythm, younger gait. I know this sound. The way I used to walk these pens before everything ended. Derek rounds the corner. He's 29, fresh hire. Frank mentioned him during orientation. I remember now, fragments of conversations before my stroke. He carries the same flashlight I used, wears the same navy jacket. He stops, stares. "What the hell?" I try to speak, try to force words through this throat. "Run, leave, don't stay until dawn." What comes out is a low, wet moo. Derek steps closer. His flashlight beam catches my ear tag. I watch his face change confusion to disbelief. He pulls out his phone, snaps a photo, checks the screen. Does he see me, or empty concrete? Pen 12 supposed to be. He scrolls through something, the manifest. Supposed to be empty. He backs away, exactly like I did. Same 3 steps, same angle. I am Russell now. The realization settles like ice water in my chest. I stood here watching Russell, and Russell stood here watching whoever came before him. The cycle doesn't break, it loops. Pen 12 always has a cow. Pen 12 is never empty. Derek's boots retreat down the corridor. I wait. In 7 months, he'll collapse during rounds. In 7 months, I'll watch him transform. In 7 months, I'll fade, and he'll take my place. The facility hums around me. Fluorescent lights buzz overhead. Somewhere, Frank is making coffee in the night office. I blink once. The concrete is cold beneath my hooves. I stand, I wait. The cycle holds. The dashboard clock flickers to 3:13 a.m. I sit frozen in my truck, engine idling, watching a man in groundskeeper uniform cross Oak Ridge Cemetery. The green glow from the dash lights my trembling hands. Cold air seeps through the cracked window, carrying the smell of wet earth and rotting oak leaves. He carries white lilies. My breath fogs the windshield. I wipe it with my sleeve. The figure moves between headstones with purpose, deliberate, unhurried. The October darkness swallows most of him, but I catch pieces. Dark uniform, broad shoulders, something wrong with his gait. He limps. My ACL throbs in response, that phantom ache I've carried for 2 years. The same hitch in the left leg, the same compensating lean. Can you imagine watching yourself from 40 yards away? The coffee in my cup has gone cold. I don't remember buying coffee. The truck's heater rattles, but I'm shivering anyway. The man passes beneath the one working lamppost, and for 3 seconds, yellow light catches him full on. Oak Ridge Cemetery maintenance uniform. Stitched name on the chest. My name. But what froze the blood in my veins were the boots. Steel-toed Carolinas. Left one with the scuff mark from the shed door. Right one with the replaced laces, brown instead of black because I'd run out. I'm looking at my boots, walking away from me. The figure reaches section D and kneels beside a grave I know too well, though I've never understood why I know it. The dashboard clock flickers again, still 3:13. He turns his head and looks directly at my truck. The memory surfaces like cold water. 3 weeks earlier, the cemetery had felt ordinary. Morning rounds at 6:30, my breath fogging in October air, boots crunching through grass still silver with dew. Section D, row 12. The same route I'd walked every day for 8 months. That's when I saw them. White lilies, fresh, arranged carefully against Margaret Hartwell's headstone. I stopped mid-step. The flowers were pristine, petals still closed tight, stems wrapped in brown paper that hadn't softened from moisture. No wilting, no browning at the edges. They couldn't have been there more than an hour. But no one visits this grave. I know because I checked the logs. Margaret Hartwell died in 1987. No family listed. No flowers in decades. Her section sits in the far corner where the old-growth oaks block out the morning sun, where visitors never wander. The grass around her stone had gone to seed years before I started working here. I crouched down, my bad knee protesting. The dew soaked through my uniform pants, cold, immediate. I reached for the flowers and my fingertips brushed the headstone. Warm. Can you imagine? Stone that should have been ice cold in October dawn, warm like skin. I pulled my hand back, looked around. The cemetery stretched empty in all directions, 40 acres of silence broken only by the distant hum of the highway. No tire tracks on the access road. No footprints in the dew except my own trail leading here. The lilies had simply appeared. I picked them up. The paper crinkled too loudly in the quiet. No card, no ribbon, just flowers that shouldn't exist, left on a grave no one remembered. But what I didn't know then, what I couldn't have known, was that this was only the beginning. I carried them back to the shed, my limp more pronounced on the uneven ground. The stone building smelled like earth and old coffee. I set the lilies on the desk and stared at them under the dusty window light. My hands were shaking. I told myself it was nothing. A mistake. Someone visiting the wrong grave in the dark. I'd find an explanation in the visitor logs, in the security notes Patricia left. There had to be a reason. There had to be, but when I checked the logs, nothing. The cemetery had been locked since 8 p.m. the night before. No cars, no entry, no one. I looked at the flowers again. The brown paper had darkened where my wet fingers had gripped it. The lilies sat perfectly still, their scent wrong somehow, too sweet, too thick, like they'd been grown in a place where normal rules didn't apply. That's when the real questions started crawling into my mind. Questions I should have asked right then. Questions that might have changed everything if I'd been braver, smarter, more willing to see what was already right in front of me. Who brings flowers to the forgotten dead? And why did the stone feel warm? But I didn't investigate that morning, didn't go back to the grave. I threw the flowers in the trash behind the shed and tried to forget about them. Tried to convince myself it was nothing. Because the alternative, that something impossible had happened in my cemetery on my watch, was too much to accept. The next morning, the lilies were there again. Day 3, the lilies were back. I stood in section D at dawn, staring at the white petals against the gray stone. Fresh, perfect, like someone had placed them minutes before I arrived. My breath misted in the October cold, but when I knelt and pressed my palm to Margaret Hartwell's headstone, warmth radiated through the granite. I jerked my hand back. No footprints in the frost. No tire tracks on the access road. I'd checked the gate lock myself the night before, rusted shut, same as always. Day 4, day 5, day 6. Every morning the flowers returned. I stopped removing them. Instead, I checked the visitor logs going back 2 months. Empty pages. I reviewed the security camera footage from the main entrance. Grainy, useless, showing nothing but deer and wind-blown leaves. Patricia gave me a concerned look when I asked about night maintenance schedules, but I didn't explain. How could I? Have you ever felt watched by the past? That weight between your shoulder blades like eyes you can't see. I started spending my lunch breaks in the basement archive beneath the shed. Moldy file boxes stacked to the ceiling, a single bulb swinging overhead. The smell of damp paper and earth clung to everything. I found Margaret Hartwell's burial record in a water-stained ledger. Died October 1987, age 34, no surviving family listed, no service held. 38 years in the ground. Alone. But someone remembered her. Someone who left no trace. That night I returned to the grave after my shift ended. The stone was warm again. And this time I caught it. A scent, faint as a whisper, threading through the cold air. Lilac perfume. And that's when I realized the flowers weren't the real message. I drove to the hardware store at noon. My hands shook mounting the camera to the oak tree, the metal cold enough to burn my palms. The screws kept slipping. My ACL throbbed with each shift of weight. That deep ache that never really leaves. I angled the lens toward Margaret Hartwell's headstone 20 feet away. The stone looked ordinary in daylight. Gray, weathered, dead, but I'd felt the warmth. I limped back to the shed and tested the monitor. Grainy black and white feed. Motion activated. Battery backup. Professional enough. Patricia would fire me if she knew I was doing this, wasting equipment on. What? A hunch. Can you blame someone for needing proof? That night I sat in the shed's break room, watching the small screen glow in the darkness. Cold coffee in a chipped mug. The smell of earth and mildew pressed close. The cemetery outside my window was silent, perfectly silent. No wind, no animals, just nothing. 1 a.m., 2 a.m. My breathing filled the room, but it sounded wrong somehow. Delayed, like an echo arriving before the original sound. I checked the monitor every 30 seconds. The grave sat empty in infrared glow. White lilies from this morning still rested against the stone. I'd left them there on purpose. A test. 2:45 a.m. My eyelids grew heavy. The coffee had gone room temperature an hour ago. Maybe this was stupid. Maybe I was losing it, sitting here in the dark, watching a dead woman's grave like some kind of. But what I didn't know yet was that the camera had already been watching me. 3:14 a.m. Movement detected. The monitor chimed. I lurched forward, knocking the mug to the floor. On screen, a figure crossed the frame, walking toward the grave, limping, wearing my uniform. I hit rewind. The footage jerked backward, the figure retreating from the grave in stuttered steps. My finger trembled on the mouse. Play again. 3:14 a.m. The man appeared at the edge of the frame, limping. That same hitch in his right leg I'd carried since the ACL tear. The one that made me drag my boot through mud. He walked closer, closer. I paused the feed, zoomed in. The uniform was mine, dark green, frayed at the collar. But that wasn't. I leaned into the monitor until my nose nearly touched the screen. There, stitched above the chest pocket, Miller, my name. Have you ever seen your own face where it shouldn't be? Not a reflection. Not a photograph you forgot taking. Something else. Something wrong. I zoomed further. The pixels fractured into gray squares, but the features held. My jawline. My receding hairline. The scar through my left eyebrow from a childhood fall. My hands were slick, cold. I wiped them on my jeans and clicked forward frame by frame. The figure bent, placed white lilies on the stone, then stood, motionless. The timestamp crawled forward. 8 minutes, he never moved. Just stared down at Margaret Hartwell's grave like he was waiting for permission to leave. But the worst detail was still hidden in the footage. I scrubbed to the end. 3:22 a.m. The figure turned and limped back toward the shed, toward the camera. His face filled the frame for one perfect second before the motion sensor timed out. It wasn't just similar, it was identical. The coffee I'd been nursing all night surged up my throat. I lunged for the trash can, gripping the cold metal rim as bile splashed against crumpled receipts. The smell mixed with stale grounds. My stomach convulsed again, and again. When I could breathe, I wiped my mouth with shaking fingers. The basement. The old personnel files Patricia never looked at. If someone was doing this, if this was some sick joke, what I found in those files would make this look merciful. The basement stairs creaked beneath my boots. Each step down felt like descending into cold water, the temperature dropping with every footfall. The single hanging bulb at the bottom swayed slightly, though I hadn't touched it yet. The smell hit me first. Mold and old paper and something underneath. Something sweet and wrong. I pulled the chain. Yellow light spilled across concrete walls lined with metal filing cabinets, their surfaces filmed with decades of dust. Personnel records, 1920s through present day. My hands shook as I pulled open drawer after drawer. The folders were organized by decade, their manila edges soft with age and moisture. 1950s, 1960s, 1970s, 1980s. I flipped through names I didn't recognize, faces faded to sepia ghosts in stapled photographs. Henderson, Kowalski, Marino. My fingers stopped. Aldridge Thomas. The folder felt heavier than it should. I carried it to the rickety card table beneath the bulb and opened it with hands that no longer felt like mine. Employment date, March 4th, 1986. Date of termination, October 19th, 1987. Reason for termination. The words blurred, I blinked. Read them again, deceased, found on premises, my throat closed. I turned the page, incident report, police notation. The handwriting was tight, efficient, bureaucratic. Body discovered 0300 hours by night patrol officer. Location, Section D, Row 12. Margaret Hartwell gravesite. Time of death estimated, 03:14 a.m. No signs of foul play. Cause of death, cardiac arrest. No next of kin notified. 03:14. The numbers burned. I couldn't breathe, couldn't think. My vision tunneled to the final page clipped inside the folder. Personnel photograph, required for all employees. I lifted it with trembling fingers. The face staring back at me was mine. Same receding hairline, same scar above the left eyebrow, same exhausted eyes. But the date stamp in the corner read April 7th, 1986. And in the margin, someone had written in faded blue ink. He said he'd been here before. I blinked, and the day was gone. My truck sat parked in Section B, engine cold. The sun hung low and orange through skeletal oaks. I was holding my rake, but the pile of leaves at my feet looked hours old, dry and crackling. My ACL throbbed like I'd been walking for miles. I couldn't remember anything after lunch. Panic crawled up my throat. Can you imagine losing 6 hours of your life, not sleeping through them, not forgetting them, just gone? I checked my phone, 4:17 p.m. The last thing I remembered was eating a sandwich in the shed at 11:30. I drove back to the office, hands shaking on the wheel. The heater blasted, but I couldn't get warm. That's when the smell hit me. Lilac, sweet and cloying like standing inside a funeral home cooler. It filled the cab thick enough to taste. There were no flowers in my truck. The next morning it happened again. I was trimming hedges near the south fence, and then I was standing at Margaret Hartwell's grave with pruning shears still in my hand. No memory of the walk, no sense of time passing, just a blank space where my mind should have been. The headstone felt warm under my palm despite the October cold. But what terrified me most wasn't the missing time. That evening, I stood at the shed window washing my hands. The water ran rust-brown from the pump. My reflection stared back, hollow-eyed and pale, and behind me, oh God, behind my left shoulder another face, same features, same uniform, watching me with eyes that didn't blink. I spun around, empty shed, just tools and dust and silence. The lilac smell intensified until my eyes watered, and somewhere in the gathering dark, I heard footsteps that matched my limp. One heavy, one light, one heavy, one light, walking toward me through rows of graves I couldn't see. I spread the files across the shed floor. Thomas Aldridge's personnel record, my own, side by side in the dust. The dates matched, not similar, identical. Thomas tore his ACL in April 1986. Spring maintenance accident, mower rolled on uneven ground. I tore mine April 2023. Same month. Same equipment failure. Same everything. My hands shook as I flipped through his medical leave forms. The paper felt cold. Wrong. 8 weeks recovery for both of us. 8 weeks before we returned to work, limping changed. Thomas's wife filed for divorce in June 1986. Linda filed against me June 2023. I traced the words with my finger. The complaints were nearly identical. Emotional distance, refusal to communicate, a husband who'd become a stranger. The lilac smell thickened in my throat. I grabbed my own hiring date. October 1st, 2023. Thomas's hiring date. October 1st, 1986. Exactly 37 years apart. Can you imagine discovering you're not living your own life? That every choice you thought you made, someone made before you. My breath came in short gasps. The shed walls pressed closer. I counted backwards from the dates. Thomas died November 4th, 1987. 1 year and 34 days after he started. I pulled out my phone. The screen glowed harsh in the darkness. November 3rd, 2024. Tomorrow. 1 year. 34 days. The pattern was perfect. Every injury, every loss, every lonely night in this cemetery. I wasn't replacing Thomas Aldridge. I was him, living his life again, step by step, moment by moment. Trapped in a loop I couldn't see until now. But the worst realization was still coming. I stumbled outside. The night air did nothing to clear my head. My boots, the same boots Thomas wore in that photo, crunched on gravel as I walked without thinking. My body knew where to go. Margaret Hartwell's grave. The headstone gleamed under moonlight. I dropped to my knees, pressed my palm against the marble. Warm, always warm. The heat crawled up my arm like something alive. "Why?" I whispered. The lilac scent wrapped around me, suffocating, sweet. I tried to stand, to walk away. My legs wouldn't move. Not yet, not paralyzed, just waiting, like they knew something I didn't, like they'd done this before and would do it again. I thought about the footage, the figure at 3:14 a.m. Same limp, same face. That was me tomorrow night, or tonight. Time didn't work right here anymore. The compulsion started as a whisper in my skull. You have to come back. I shook my head, fought it. My ACL throbbed with phantom pain. You have to bring the flowers. No. The word barely escaped my lips. The whisper became a command, undeniable, absolute. Tonight, 3:14 a.m., you will walk to this grave. I wanted to run, to drive away and never return, to call Patricia, call Linda, call anyone who might pull me out of this nightmare. But my truck keys felt heavy in my pocket, too heavy to lift. My limbs belonged to something else now, something that had been guiding me for months, positioning me, preparing me. The loop was closing, and I couldn't fight what was already written. Because tomorrow night, no, tonight, in just a few hours, I would become the figure on that camera. I would bring the lilies. I would stand at this grave for exactly 8 minutes. And what happened after those 8 minutes? That was the part Thomas's file didn't say. My legs carry me forward without permission. Left foot, right foot. The limp I know by heart, playing out like muscle memory that belongs to someone else. White lilies press cold against my palm. I didn't buy them. Can't remember picking them up. But here they are, real as the gravel crunching beneath my boots. The October air tastes metallic. Wrong. 3:13 a.m. I checked my truck's dashboard before my body pulled me out. But that clock runs 8 minutes fast, always has, which means, oh, I'm late. Section D spreads before me in shadow. The oaks overhead don't move. No wind, just silence thick enough to choke on. My ACL throbs with each step, but I can't stop. Won't stop. Something else steers now. Then I see him, standing at Margaret Hartwell's grave. Same uniform, same posture, same my breath catches. He turns. It's my face staring back at me. Every line, every scar from the divorce I don't talk about. The exhaustion I see each morning in the shed's dusty mirror. All of it, reflected in a man who shouldn't exist. We stand 3 feet apart. The smell of lilac rises between us, cloying and sweet, though no flowers bloom in October. It coats my throat, makes me want to gag. His lips move. My voice comes out. You are 8 minutes late. The words land like a punch. I try to speak. Can't, my tongue won't obey. He steps closer. Close enough I can see he doesn't blink, doesn't breathe. You know what happens now, he says, still my voice. Still that calm, dead tone, and the terrible thing is, I do. But what he whispered next made me understand why Thomas Aldridge never left this place. I step forward, and Thomas steps back. No, not back. Into. The lilies fall from my hand. The smell of lilac erupts around us, suffocating, sweet as rock. His cold fingers brush mine, my own fingers, and the touch burns like frostbite. My ACL throbs, his throbs, same leg, same scar, same everything. 8 minutes, he whispers. Always 8 minutes. The grave beneath our feet pulses warmth through my boots. 314 plus 8 equals 322. The dashboard clock in my truck, always 8 minutes fast. The engine still running somewhere behind me in the dark. I can hear it idling, faint and distant like a heartbeat fading. We are merging. Can you imagine what that feels like? His memories pour into mine, standing at this grave in 1987, finding flowers he didn't leave, installing his own camera, discovering his own face in files. The loop doesn't repeat, it layers. Thomas never left because I am Thomas, and someone before him, and someone before that. But what happened at 322 was worse than I'd imagined. The warmth from the stone spreads up through my legs into my chest. My vision blurs. Thomas's face, my face, fades like fog burning off at sunrise. I try to scream. No sound comes. The cemetery swallows me whole. Dawn breaks cold and gray. The new groundskeeper parks his truck near Section D, coffee steaming in his hand. He limps slightly, bad knee from years ago, as he begins his first morning rounds at Oak Ridge. Margaret Hartwell's grave wears fresh white lilies. No footprints in the frost. In the shed, he'll find personnel files later. 2 photographs paper-clipped inside. Thomas Aldridge, 1987. Ethan Miller, last week. Identical faces staring back. Both gone at 3:22 a.m. On the screen, I never came back out. I rewound it 3 times. Same result. The grainy black and white footage showed me walking toward the storage room door at 4:33 a.m. My hand reached for the handle. The fluorescent lights above flickered once, and I stepped inside. The timestamp continued. 4:34, 4:35, 4:36. The door never opened again, but I'm standing here right now. My fingers pressed pause. The pharmacy hummed around me. Refrigerators cycling, fluorescent tubes buzzing their constant static lullaby. I could smell the sharp bite of antiseptic cleaner mixed with something older, stale, like decades of night shifts trapped in linoleum. The time clock on the wall read 4:29 a.m., 5 minutes. I looked down at my hands on the prescription counter. Real, solid. The same hands I'd watched on that screen, reaching for a door I couldn't remember opening. When did I review this footage? Why couldn't I remember walking into that room? My shift log sat beside the keyboard. My handwriting filled yesterday's entry. Nothing unusual, nothing missing. But what the footage showed next made my breath catch. The back hallway remained empty for hours on the recording, until I walked past the camera again at 6:15 a.m. Same uniform, same tired posture, as if I'd been there the entire time, as if the storage room had never swallowed me at all. A sound echoed from the back of the pharmacy. Footsteps, slow, deliberate, coming from the storage room. My hands started to tremble. The clock ticked forward. 4:30 a.m. I could feel the seconds pulling me toward something I didn't understand, toward a door I'd already walked through, toward a room where I'd never come back, and whatever was making those footsteps was already inside. Those footsteps never came closer. My mind raced back to 2 weeks earlier, when I first heard them, when everything started. The fluorescent lights hummed their endless song. 4:30 a.m. Rain tapped against the pharmacy windows, gentle and rhythmic. I was counting inventory, something to keep my hands busy, my mind occupied. The night shift does that to you, makes you desperate for anything that feels like purpose. The door chime rang. He shuffled in from the storm, water dripping from a gray raincoat that looked decades old. 60s maybe. Hollow eyes sunk deep into his skull. The way he moved. Slow, deliberate, like every step required negotiation with his bones. Sleeping pills. His voice scraped out like sandpaper on wood. Please. I turned to the prescription counter. Do you have a script, or over the counter is fine? He leaned against the register and I caught the smell. Old antiseptic. The kind that clings to hospital hallways and never quite washes out. Been trying to sleep for 8 years now. I grabbed a bottle of diphenhydramine. My hands were steadier then. Insomnia's rough. Have you tried? I retired from this pharmacy 8 years ago. He stared past me at the storage room door. But I never stopped working. The bottle slipped, caught it. I'm sorry. Night shift. He smiled, but his lips didn't move right, too slow, like the expression arrived late. Just like you, Owen Trask. My throat tightened. Can you imagine hearing your own name in a stranger's mouth at 4:30 in the morning? But what happened next would change everything. He reached for his wallet, the signature on his credit card. I saw it before he pulled cash instead. Same as mine, exact spelling. Owen, not Owen, not Ewan, Owen. How do you? He walked past me toward the storage room. Sir, that's employees only. He didn't stop, didn't turn. The door opened. He stepped inside. The fluorescent light inside flickered once, twice, then went dark. I counted to 10, waited for him to realize his mistake and come back out. Silence. I walked to the storage room, pushed the door open. Empty. Shelves of medication. Boxes stacked to the ceiling. No gray raincoat. No man. No back exit. The air inside was cold enough to see my breath. I checked the time clock on my way back to the counter. My fingers traced the fresh punch card. The name printed at the top made my stomach drop. Owen Trask, clocked out at 4:34 a.m., but I was still standing there, and I'd never clocked in anyone else that night. And that's when I realized the storage room door had locked itself behind me. I spent the next morning searching every database. The computer hummed in the back office, screen glow painting my face blue as I scrolled through decades of employee records. My finger cramped on the mouse. Click, scroll, click. The fluorescent lights overhead buzzed like insects trapped in glass. Nothing. No Owen Trask before me. No retirement record. No personnel file. I typed the name again, slower this time, as if precision could conjure proof from digital void. The system returned 0 results. When Denise arrived at 8, I cornered her by the coffee maker. The smell of burnt grounds mixed with her perfume, something floral and synthetic that made my head ache. Did someone named Owen Trask work here before? I kept my voice steady. Maybe 8, 10 years ago, she laughed, actually laughed. Owen, honey, you need sleep. Real sleep, not whatever you're doing. I'm serious. A man came in and, you're working too many doubles. She poured her coffee without looking at me. Take tomorrow off. Doctor's orders. The conversation was over. She walked away, heels clicking on linoleum, and I stood there wondering if I'd even spoken aloud. What would you do when no one believes you? I returned to the pharmacy floor, hands shaking as I restocked shelves. My fingers brushed a prescription bottle wedged behind newer inventory. I pulled it free. The label was yellowed, faded. The handwriting was mine. That specific slant on the capital T, the way I looped my O's. But the date read March 7th, 1987. I was not born until 1991. The bottle felt ice cold in my palm. I stared at my own signature, impossible, undeniable, and understood then that something far worse than exhaustion was happening. Someone had been writing my name decades before I existed, and whoever it was, they were still here. I kept the bottle hidden in my pocket for the rest of that shift. The weight of it pressed against my thigh, a constant reminder that something impossible had carved my name into history before I existed. The next night, Mr. Petrov shuffled in at 4:03 a.m. for his insomnia medication. Same as always. But when I handed him the white paper bag, he smiled. You gave me that same advice last week, he said. About taking it with warm milk. Worked like a charm. I hadn't seen him in 2 weeks. I don't remember that, I said. He tapped the counter twice. Sure you do. You were wearing that same blue watch. Told me you got it from your father. My wrist was bare. I'd never owned a watch in my life. He left before I could ask him what he meant. The fluorescent lights buzzed overhead. The only sound in the empty pharmacy. My hands were shaking. What would you do? Would you convince yourself you'd forgotten? Or would you start digging? I dug. The time clock hung on the wall behind the prescription counter. I pulled the drawer beneath it, rifling through weeks of punch cards. The paper felt brittle and cold under my fingertips. And there it was. My card showed clock-ins on September 9th and September 12th. I was home both those nights. I remembered. I'd called in sick with a migraine. But the proof contradicted my memory. What I found in the security footage room would unravel me completely. The monitor cast a pale glow across my face as I scrolled backward through hours of recordings. Night after night of empty aisles and flickering lights. The timestamp ticked in the corner: 4:28, 4:29, 4:30, 4:31, 4:32, 4:33. Then, nothing, static. A gap lasting exactly 60 seconds. When the feed resumed at 4:34, the storage room door stood open, but I never came back out. I checked another night. Same gap, same open door, same absence. 5 nights, 7 nights, 11 nights. Every single time. I walked into that storage room at 4:33 a.m. and vanished from existence. The question wasn't who had been impersonating me anymore. The question was, where had I been going? I needed answers the storage room might provide. The door swung open with a groan that echoed too long in the narrow space. Cold air hit my face, not the manufactured chill of the pharmacy's air conditioning, but something deeper, older. The kind of cold that settles in abandoned places. My breath misted in front of me as I stepped inside. The smell struck me next. Antiseptic, but not the sharp chemical tang we used now. This was sweeter, heavier, like hospitals from decades ago. It clung to the back of my throat. Boxes lined metal shelves. Inventory I cataloged every week. And yet, there in the far corner, a filing cabinet I'd never noticed before. Gray metal, rusted at the edges. A lock hung from the top drawer, tarnished brass. My hands trembled as I searched the key ring Denise kept in the office. Most were labeled. One wasn't, small, brass. It slid into the lock with a click that made my stomach drop. The drawer opened with a shriek of metal on metal. Personnel files, dozens of them. I pulled the first one out and the paper felt wrong, too thick, too yellowed. The tab read Trask Owen, my file. But the higher date said 1962. I grabbed another. Trask Owen, hired 1971. Another, 1983, 1992, 2001, 2009, 2015. 7 files, 7 Owen Trasks, all assigned to night shifts. My pulse hammered in my ears as I opened each one. The handwriting on every application was identical. My handwriting, the same slant, the same loop in the capital T, the same pressure on the pen. But what I found at the bottom of each file made my vision blur. No termination date, not one. Just blank lines where the exit interviews should have been, and handwritten notes in the margins that all said the same thing. Still here. I palmed the amphetamines from aisle 3 at 2:30 a.m. The bitter taste dissolved under my tongue, chemical and sharp, burning as it went down. If sleep was the trap, then I wouldn't sleep. Simple. Can you blame me? The fluorescent lights began to hum differently around 3:15. Higher pitched. Wrong. I blinked and Mr. Petrov stood at the counter, except I hadn't heard the door chime. His lips moved, but the words arrived 2 seconds delayed, like a badly dubbed film. "My prescription," he said. I handed it to him. My fingers trembled. He flickered. There one moment, gone the next. The bottle sat on the counter where his hand should have been. The amphetamines sharpened everything into crystal edges. Every sound scraped against my eardrums. The refrigerator hum. My own breathing. Footsteps I couldn't locate. I pressed my palms against the cool laminate counter to anchor myself to something solid, something real. At 3:45, movement caught my eye outside the front window. Him, the older version of me, stood in the parking lot beneath the single street light. His mouth moved in desperate shapes, warnings I couldn't hear through the glass. His hollow eyes locked onto mine, and I saw decades of exhaustion carved into his face. He pointed toward the clock, then at me, then at the storage room. I looked away. When I looked back, he was gone. What I saw at 4:15 broke something fundamental inside me. Behind the prescription counter where I stood, another version of me sorted pills into orange bottles. Same white coat, same tired posture, same everything. He worked as though I didn't exist, counting tablets with methodical precision. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. He looked up and met my eyes. Neither of us spoke. But the real horror was this: I couldn't remember which one I was. At 4:27 a.m., I made my choice. If I walked into that storage room every night at 4:33, then I would go in early, before the cycle, before whatever mechanism pulled me through that door could activate. The amphetamine still buzzed in my blood as I pushed through the storage room entrance. The air inside hit me like stepping into a freezer, not the normal chill, but something deeper, bone cold. The door clicked shut behind me. I reached for the handle. My fingers closed around smooth wall. No, I spun around. The door was gone. Just cinder block painted institutional beige, unbroken from floor to ceiling. I pressed my palms against it, searching for a seam, a crack, anything. But the wall was solid, real. My breath came faster, fogging in the frigid air. The clock on the opposite wall read 4:34 a.m. Impossible. I'd entered at 4:27. I watched the second hand. It didn't move. Frozen. But I could hear my watch ticking on my wrist, could feel time passing in the drum of my pulse. And then, sounds from beyond the wall. The pharmacy was still operating. I heard the register drawer slide open, the soft beep of the scanner, footsteps on linoleum, my footsteps, that familiar rhythm of pacing behind the counter. Someone was working my shift. Would you believe me if I told you I started laughing? The sound came out cracked, desperate. I tried to break the cycle by hiding inside it, and instead I'd locked myself in the very heart of the anomaly. The storage room wasn't where I disappeared to, it was where I'd always been. What I'd realized as the temperature dropped another impossible degree chilled me worse than the air. If the pharmacy was still running outside these walls, then what version of me was working the counter? And how many of us were trapped in here with me? I heard the breath first, not my own, someone else's. Slow and ragged like air pulled through damaged lungs. The temperature dropped another 10 degrees. I felt it bite through my shirt, sink into my chest. He stood in the corner where no corner should exist. The older man, the one who'd asked for sleeping pills 2 weeks ago, hollow-eyed, exhausted, wearing the same Medi-Quick vest I had on but decades more faded. "You're starting to remember now," he said, his voice scraped like rust. "Aren't you?" "Remember what?" My own voice sounded thin, desperate. "The shift." He stepped closer. The smell of old antiseptic rolled off him, that same wrong smell that had lived in this room for weeks. "It never ends, Owen. We clock in. but we never clock out. My pulse hammered in my throat. We echoes. He pressed his palm against the cinder block where the door used to be. His hand left no warmth. All of us, the same person, trapped in the same infinite shift. I wanted to laugh, to scream. Can you imagine hearing that? That you're not even real anymore. That's insane. You died 8 years ago. His eyes locked onto mine, dead calm. Robbery, 4:34 a.m., right out there at the counter. The floor seemed to tilt beneath me. But what he said next made everything worse. The pharmacy absorbed you, he continued, pulled you in. You've been working ever since, forgetting every time the loop resets, forgetting you're already gone. He smiled, but there was no comfort in it, only resignation. Retirement doesn't exist for us. My knees buckled. I braced against the shelf, metal bit into my palm, cold and real. No, I'm alive. I drove here tonight. I did you. He tilted his head. Or do you just remember driving here? The question hung in the frozen air, and I realized I couldn't answer it. I clawed at the storage room walls until my fingernails split. The concrete was ice cold, slick with something that smelled like formaldehyde and rust. My breath came in ragged gasps. The wall gave way to a door I hadn't seen before. The pharmacy counter stretched before me. Fluorescent lights hummed overhead. The time clock read 4:29. I spun around, ran back through the door. It opened too. The counter again. Same humming lights, same frozen time. What would you do? When every exit leads to the same beginning. I tried 7 more doors. Storage room, break room, bathroom. Each one dumped me behind that counter like a skipping record. My legs buckled. I crawled to the security monitor, hands shaking so badly I could barely press the rewind button. The screen flickered. Multiple feeds displayed simultaneously, different dates, different angles. And there I was, 12 versions of me, some younger, some grayer, all wearing the same vest, all stocking the same shelves at 4:32 a.m. across nights that spanned decades. But what I saw next would shatter everything I thought I understood about the loop. I scrolled back, further, 8 years to the night I supposedly died. The timestamp read 4:33 a.m. A figure in a black hoodie entered frame, moving toward the register. I watched myself, the me from 8 years ago, look up from the pill bottles. The robber raised a gun. My younger self lifted his hands, said something. The robber stepped closer into the light of the fluorescent fixture overhead. I pressed my face to the monitor. The hoodie fell back. No. The robber's face was mine, hollow-eyed, ancient. The same face that had just told me I was dead. And that's when I understood. I wasn't just trapped in the loop. I was the loop. I stand behind the counter at 4:30 a.m. The fluorescent lights buzz overhead. That familiar hum I've heard for decades, or maybe just weeks. Time doesn't mean what it used to. The antiseptic smell is comforting now. Isn't that strange? What would you do if the thing that trapped you became the only thing you knew? The door chimes. A young woman enters, 20-something, dark hair pulled back, nervous smile. She carries a folder against her chest like armor. Denise appears from the back office, coffee in hand. The steam rises between them. "This is Owen," Denise says, gesturing toward me. "He'll show you the ropes tonight." The woman extends her hand. I take it. Her palm is warm. Mine feels cold, dead cold. I'm really excited, she says. Her voice is bright, hopeful. I've been looking for something stable. Night shifts are perfect for my schedule. I open my mouth. Nothing. I try again. My throat works. My lips move. But no sound emerges, not even a whisper. The pharmacy swallows every syllable before it can form. The woman doesn't notice. She's already looking around, taking inventory of her new prison. Denise hands her a name tag. She pins it to her shirt, fingers fumbling slightly. I watch the metal catch the fluorescent glare. Her name is printed clearly. Not mine. Not yet. But what happened to me will happen to her. I know that now. The clock on the wall ticks forward. 4:33, 4:34. My hand moves on its own. I reach for the time clock. Punch out. The card slots into place with a mechanical click. The woman smiles at me as I grab my coat. "See you tomorrow," she asks. I nod. She will understand soon. When the older version of herself walks through that door at 4:30 a.m., requesting pills she'll never take, when she finds personnel files with her handwriting from years before she was born, she will understand that some shifts never end. The man at my desk is wearing my face. I press my palm against the security office window. The glass is cold. Too cold for October. My breath doesn't fog it. That should bother me more than it does, but I can't stop staring at him. At me, slumped over the desk like he fell asleep mid-shift, except his eyes are wide open, staring at the door. At me. The fluorescent lights inside hum at a frequency that makes my teeth ache. I've worked this graveyard shift for 3 years. I know every sound in this garage, but this is wrong, like a violin string tuned half a step flat. I reach for the door handle. My hand passes through the first time. No, not through. I missed. My depth perception is off. I try again, slower. The metal is ice against my skin, and when I pull, the door doesn't budge. Locked from the inside, but I can see my keys, right there on the corpse's belt. Same carabiner, same Swiss Army knife attached, same brass key to my apartment that I've been meaning to replace because the teeth are worn down. What would you do? If you saw yourself dead, I should call someone. 911, my supervisor, anyone. But my radio hangs silent at my hip, and when I reach for my phone, I don't remember where I left it. The thought slips away like water through fingers. The body's chest doesn't move. No rise, no fall. But here's what makes my stomach drop: the wedding ring tan line on his left hand. I got divorced 2 years ago. Haven't worn the ring since. But the pale band of skin is there on both of us. Identical. His eyes haven't blinked once. I tap the window once, twice. The sound echoes wrong in the concrete space, like it's traveling through water instead of air. The corpse doesn't react, but I swear his pupils shift, just a fraction, tracking toward the sound. The air smells like hospital disinfectant mixed with gasoline. And that's when I notice the time clock on the wall behind him. The red digital display blinks. 2:11 a.m., 2:11, 2:11, over and over. The same moment. Frozen. But what I saw next made me realize the clock wasn't broken at all. My mind fractured backward to 11 p.m. The time clock's green light blinked as I swiped my badge. Same fluorescent hum I'd heard 500 times before. Same coffee smell from the pot I'd started 3 hours into every graveyard shift for the past 2 years. Same concrete chill seeping through my boots. Normal. Everything felt normal. I poured the coffee into my thermos, the steam curling up in that familiar way. Took a sip. The liquid hit my tongue and, wrong, metallic, like I'd bitten the inside of my cheek, like blood pooling in my mouth. I swallowed anyway, told myself it was just the new filter, maybe rust in the pipes. But the taste clung to my teeth, coating them in copper. I walked to the security booth, sat down in the worn chair that knew the shape of my body, turned on the monitors. 6 screens flickered to life, showing empty parking levels in grainy black and white, except Level 1, Camera 3, my booth. The chair sat empty. The thermos rested on the desk. I could see the steam rising from it, but no one sat there. I looked down at my hands on the desk. Solid. Real. The wedding ring tan line pale against my skin. I looked back at the monitor, still empty. Have you ever seen proof you don't exist? Can you imagine that cold drop in your stomach? But I pushed it away. Told myself the camera had a dead zone. Told myself I was sitting in the blind spot. I'd been working too many doubles. Exhaustion playing tricks. The fluorescent lights hummed above me. But the pitch was wrong, too low, like a growl buried in static. I'd never noticed that before. Had it always sounded like that? The coffee taste lingered, metallic, wrong. But what I didn't know yet, what I couldn't have known, was that I'd already been tasting it for hours. I pushed away from the desk. My legs felt solid enough, real enough. The fluorescent hum followed me down the corridor to the elevator. Level 6. The button glowed orange under my finger. The elevator cables groaned overhead, wrong frequency, like violin strings tuned too low. When the doors opened, the air smelled different, sharper. Hospital disinfectant mixed with gasoline. At 1:55 a.m. I heard it. An engine, smooth, expensive. The sound echoed through the concrete in a way that made my teeth ache. A black sedan glided into spot 34. No headlights, just there, the engine cut. Silence pressed against my eardrums. I approached. Slowly, each footstep seemed to arrive a second before my foot touched ground. The driver's window rolled down. Oh, the face staring back at me was mine. Same stubble pattern. Same scar through the left eyebrow from the bike accident when I was 12. Same jacket I'd worn to work tonight, still hanging in my locker. Can you imagine seeing yourself like that? From the outside. He didn't speak, just extended his hand through the window. Something white dangled from his fingers. A hospital bracelet, plastic. The edges worn, I took it. Cold against my palm. Status, critical. Patient name, Barnett Levi. The numbers blurred. Date. Time, admission. Check, the doppelganger said. His voice was mine but flatter, drained. Check what? He pointed at my wrist, at my throat. I pressed 2 fingers against my neck, shifted position, pressed harder, tried the other side, nothing. I moved my fingers to my wrist, searching for the familiar flutter beneath skin. Nothing. No pulse. No heartbeat. No rhythm at all. But what I didn't understand yet was that this moment right here had already happened before. I stumbled backward, hand pressed against silent ribs. The sedan driver watched me with dead eyes, my eyes. Then I heard the footsteps. echoing from stairwell B. Slow, deliberate. The metal door shrieked open, and another me stepped onto level 6. Same uniform, same confused expression. He froze when he saw us. "No," he whispered. "No, I just clocked in at 11. You're not real." The fluorescent lights above flickered, casting our shadows in triplicate. Have you ever seen yourself from the outside? It's worse than any mirror. I could see the exhaustion carved into his face, into my face. Before I could speak, the elevator chimed behind me. The doors slid open. Two more. Two more versions of me stumbled out, blinking against the sickly yellow light. The garage air shifted, suddenly thick with the sharp chemical bite of hospital disinfectant mixed with oil and concrete dust. It coated my throat, made me gag. "This is wrong," one of them said. His voice cracked. I collapsed at 8 p.m. In the office, I felt it. The rupture. "Shut up," the stairwell version snapped. I arrived at 11, your hallucinations, brain damage, oxygen deprivation. But what they said next made everything worse. The one from the sedan spoke, calm and cold. "We've had this conversation before, all of us. You'll remember soon." I pressed my palm against the concrete pillar. It felt wrong, too warm. Pulse-like vibrations throbbed beneath the surface, rhythmic and wet. The clocks on every level began ticking backward. 2:11 became 2:10, then 2:09. "No," I breathed. "No, that's not." All four of them turned to me in perfect unison. Their mouths moved together, words synchronized. "We're dying," they said as one voice, "and we can't stop it from happening again." That's when I heard more footsteps, descending from every stairwell, every shadow. I ran, away from the footsteps, away from myself. The security office door swung open under my weight, monitors glowing cold blue in the darkness. Static hissed from every speaker, a sound like breathing through water. I grabbed the desk chair, pulled myself close to the screens. 8 monitors, 8 angles of the garage, all showing me. The first screen flickered, and I saw it. 8 p.m. The office. A version of me slumped at this very desk, body convulsing, fingers clawing at the keyboard. My mouth stretched open too wide, jaw dislocated, and foam bubbled pink at the corners. The wedding ring tan line on my left hand caught the fluorescent light as my arm spasmed. Once, twice, then nothing, just stillness. Eyes staring at nothing. Can you imagine watching yourself die? I pressed my palm against the cold monitor screen. The glass felt warm, wrong, like touching skin instead of plastic. But what I saw next made everything worse. Monitor 2 showed 11 p.m., the garage entrance. I walked through the door, alive, alert, carrying my thermos. I waved at the camera, clocked in, smiled. Both timelines. Oh God, both timelines were playing simultaneously. On monitor 3, a version of me wandered level 3, checking tire pressure with trembling hands. Monitor 4 showed another me standing motionless by the elevator on level 5, staring at the doors. Monitor 5 captured me sprinting down stairwell B, mouth open like I was screaming, though no sound played through the speakers. 5 versions. 5 different levels, all wearing the same uniform. All me. The timestamp in the corner of every screen blinked red. 2:11 a.m. Then reset. 2:11 a.m. Reset. 2:11 a.m. An infinite loop burning into the pixels, the numbers searing themselves into my vision until I couldn't look away. The disinfectant smell grew stronger, hospital thick, choking, and that's when I noticed what was inside my locker. My locker door swings open with a metallic groan. Inside, papers, medical documents I've never seen before, stacked in a manila folder that smells faintly of antiseptic. My hands shake as I lift them out. The paper feels too smooth, too clinical. Neurology Department, Northwest Medical Center. Patient name, Barnett Levi. Brain aneurysm. Cerebral. High rupture risk. The words blur together, but the date stamps sharp and clear. 3 weeks ago. Diagnosis date printed in red ink at the top. Below that, appointment reminders I never kept. Follow-up consultations marked MISSCD in angry capital letters. I didn't remember any of this, but I did, didn't I? The voicemail icon blinks on my phone, still clutched in my other hand. 23 messages. I scroll back through the dates. Dr. Sarah Chen, over and over. Her name repeating like a prayer I refuse to hear. My thumb hovers over the oldest one from 3 weeks ago. I press play. Mr. Barnett, this is Dr. Chen from Neurology. Your scan results are concerning. We need you in for surgery. Consult immediately. This isn't something you can postpone. Please call me back. Her voice sounds desperate, professional but fraying at the edges. But what came next made my blood run cold. I remember now. The notification lighting up my screen during a double shift. I'd swiped it away, deleted it, clocked in for overtime instead. The garage needed coverage. I needed the money. What would you have done? Chosen your health? Or chosen not to lose everything you'd already sacrificed for? I stumble backward, away from the locker, away from the evidence of my own stupid, stubborn denial. The elevator. I need out. Now. I slam my palm against the call button and the doors slide open immediately, too immediately. I step inside. The floor lurches beneath me as the car descends. Then it stops. Not at a floor, between them. The cables hum. Wrong. A frequency that vibrates in my teeth, in my skull. The walls feel close, too close. And the air, oh God, the air smells like blood and disinfectant. The lights flicker once, twice, and something wet drips from the ceiling onto my shoulder. The elevator shuddered and opened. Level 6. The doors split apart with a mechanical groan that sounded almost relieved, as if the machine itself had been holding its breath. I stumbled forward onto the concrete, gasping, tasting copper and exhaust fumes mixing in the back of my throat. The fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, but softer now, rhythmic, like a pulse. They were waiting for me, all of them. 4 versions of myself stood in a semicircle around spot 34. The black sedan sat silent in the center, engine cooling with soft metallic clicks. Each version wore the same uniform, the same exhausted expression, the same wedding ring tan line on the same left hand. They turned as one, stared at me with my own eyes. I opened my mouth to speak. We are neurons misfiring. The words came from all of them, from me. A chorus of fractured voices speaking in perfect unison, overlapping at the edges like radio static bleeding between stations. Can you imagine hearing your own voice split into harmony with itself? It's not an echo, it's recognition. The garage is the space between synapses. I stepped back. The concrete wall behind me felt wrong, warm, not the cold cement it should be. I pressed my palm against it and felt something beneath the surface. A rhythm, slow and wet. But what they said next made my knees buckle. Spot 34 is the aneurysm rupture point. The black sedan is the ambulance we never reached. I looked down at the concrete. It wasn't gray anymore. It pulsed, contracted. The texture rippled like living tissue, veined and slick, the color of brain matter under surgical lights. The entire floor breathed beneath my feet. The walls exhaled moisture, wet, gray, alive, and I understood we were still inside my skull. The doppelganger from the sedan stepped closer, shoes silent on the wet concrete. His mouth moved. My mouth. Same lips, same scar on the lower one from biting during stress. You have two options, he said. His voice was mine but emptied out. Hollow. I couldn't breathe, didn't need to, I realized. My chest hadn't moved in. How long? Accept it, he continued. Clock out. Let the darkness come. He gestured toward the elevator where the time clock glowed faint red. Or refuse, loop forever, park at 1:55 a.m., drive in circles until synapses stop firing completely. That's not a choice, I whispered. It's the only one workaholics get. Headlights flared behind him. I flinched. More cars materialized across level 6, engines idling in unison, a low mechanical breathing that filled the space. Sedans, subs, a rusted pickup. Drivers sat motionless behind steering wheels, faces pale in the dashboard glow, watching, all of them watching me. The smell hit next. Gasoline mixed with that hospital disinfectant stench. Sterile. Wrong. Who are they? I asked, though part of me already knew. Attendants who couldn't leave, refused the clock, chose the loop. But the real horror hadn't fully surfaced yet. I stepped toward the black sedan. A piece of paper fluttered under the windshield wiper, trapped against cold glass. My fingers trembled as I pulled it free. The paper felt thin, fragile, like it might disintegrate. The handwriting was hurried, desperate. Don't stay. I did. I'm still here. Maya Tors. Still here. Present tense. I scanned the cars again, searching faces in the dim light. Third row. A woman in a day shift uniform, hands frozen on the wheel, eyes open but unseeing. Her name tag caught the fluorescent glare. Maya. Can you imagine? Realizing your eternity is a parking spot, a timestamp, a loop you chose because letting go felt worse than staying. She's been here 8 months, the doppelganger said quietly. She thinks it's still her first night. My pulse should have spiked. Would have if I'd had one. The terror sat cold in my non-existent chest, spreading like frost. And that's when I understood what the choice really meant. I walked back to spot 34. The painted lines glowed under the fluorescent wash, brighter than they should have been. My boots scraped concrete that smelled wrong. Not just oil and exhaust, but something clinical. Antiseptic. Like they'd tried to scrub away something permanent. The doppelganger followed. Silent, I knelt, pressed my palm flat against the cold surface. The concrete was darker here, stained. Not just one shape, layered rings like tree growth, each a different timeline of something spilled. How many? My voice cracked. 12 attendants. He stood over me, hands in pockets. Heart attack, stroke, aneurysm. All died right here. All chose overtime over doctors. I stood. The idle engines behind me pulsed in rhythm. One, two, three. Heartbeats I didn't have anymore. But what I found next made the air leave my lungs completely. I moved to the garage's edge, where the concrete barrier overlooked downtown. The city sprawled below, every window lit, every street visible. Traffic lights blinked yellow. A woman stood on the corner, arm raised to hail a cab. A cyclist leaned forward mid-pedal. None of them moved. Not a single person, not one car. "How long?" I whispered. "Since 2:11 a.m., the doppelganger said. "When your aneurysm ruptured, when you collapsed in the office." The world kept going, but not for you. I gripped the barrier. The metal bit into my palms, cold, real, solid. "I clocked in at 11, I said. "I walked through the door, I was breathing." "No," his voice was gentle, pitying. "You were already gone." The fluorescent lights hummed lower, deeper. The sound crawled inside my skull. And that's when I understood what the time clock had really been counting down to all along. The time clock hums against the wall. 2:11 a.m. blinks red. Over and over, I stand there. How long? Minutes. Hours. Time doesn't work the same when you're already dead. My hand hovers over the button. Punch out, accept the darkness, let my neurons finally stop misfiring. Or punch in. Loop forever. Become the black sedan driver warning the next one who refuses to let go. The metal feels cold under my fingertip. Real. More real than anything since I collapsed at this desk. Can you imagine choosing your own eternity? Knowing the choice is final. I think about Maya Tours, about the 12 others who stayed, about the version of me who tried to warn himself and failed. I press the button. The screen glitches, pixels scattering like dying synapses. The red numbers fracture into static. The hum stops. Everything stops for a moment. Nothing. Just the smell of concrete and gasoline, just silence. But what happened next would change everything. The world blinks, and when it comes back, 1:55 a.m., I'm sitting behind the wheel of a black sedan. The leather smells like hospital disinfectant. My hands rest on the steering wheel, fingers I can't feel wrapped around something solid. The engine idles with a low purr that vibrates through the seat. Through the windshield, I see the security booth. Level 6, spot 34. The fluorescent lights flicker above. In the distance, footsteps echo. Someone's walking toward their shift, toward the time clock that's counting down to 2:11. I don't move, I just wait. The footsteps grow louder, closer. A figure appears at the edge of the concrete pillar. Young, tired, wearing the same uniform I wore, the same badge. They glance at my car. Our eyes meet through the glass. I reach for the window button, and I wonder if they'll listen. The backseat was empty. I checked the rearview mirror again, blinked hard. The worn leather seat stretched vacant in the yellow glow of passing streetlights. No businessman, no pressed charcoal suit, just gone. My foot eased off the accelerator. The Crown Victoria's engine hummed lower, a tired growl that matched the pulse hammering in my ears. I'd only looked away for 3 seconds, maybe 4, to merge onto the highway. He'd been there, silent as always, hands folded in his lap. Now nothing. The pine air freshener swung from the mirror, tick-tock, tick-tock. Its chemical sweetness couldn't mask the smell creeping through the cab. Something stale and wrong, like old sweat trapped in closed spaces. But the suitcase remained. Black leather, expensive looking, sitting upright on the seat where he'd placed it. I hadn't heard a door open, hadn't felt the rush of cold November air. The child locks were still engaged. I never turned them off after midnight fares. My hands tightened on the wheel. Slick. When had I started sweating? Behind me, Terminal 3 shrank into darkness, its fluorescent lights swallowed by distance. The highway stretched empty in both directions. No other headlights. No witnesses to whatever the hell just happened. I should pull over, call someone, but who? Michael would laugh, tell me I was working too many night shifts again. He was probably right. I was probably the suitcase. Moved. Not much. Just a subtle shift, like something inside had rolled from one end to the other. The leather creased, then smoothed. And then I heard it. Breathing. Slow. Rhythmic. The rise and fall of sleeping lungs muffled through expensive leather. Can you imagine that sound? That wet, living rhythm coming from luggage. I twisted in my seat, eyes locked on the case. The luggage tag dangled from its handle, spinning lazy circles in the air conditioning's breath. White cardstock, black ink. I leaned closer, squinting at the name printed there. Daniel Reeves, my name. But what I discovered in the side pocket would change everything. My mind raced back. 4 weeks earlier, before the suitcase, before everything. 2:47 in the morning, Terminal 3. I sat parked in the pickup zone, engine idling, watching fluorescent lights hum and flicker above empty pavement. The smell of burned rubber and jet fuel hung thick in the cold air. Monday nights were always dead after midnight, just me and the occasional red-eye arrival. The arrival's board blinked. Chicago. On time. 3 minutes later he appeared. Charcoal suit, black leather suitcase, mid-40s maybe, clean-shaven face that gave away nothing. He opened the back door without a word, slid into my cab like he'd done it 1,000 times before. I glanced at the rearview mirror. Where to? He didn't answer, just held up his phone, screen facing me. An address glowed in white text, Oak Street downtown. Okay, I said. Silence settled between us like fog. I pulled away from the curb, tires whispering against wet asphalt. Rain had stopped an hour ago, but everything still glistened under streetlights. I tried again. Business trip, nothing. He stared out the window, hands folded in his lap. That's when I noticed it, a small scar on his left hand, pale, crescent-shaped, the kind that comes from something sharp. But what caught my attention wasn't the scar itself, it was how still he sat. No fidgeting, no phone scrolling, just waiting. The ride took 18 minutes. He paid cash, exact change, left without a word. I watched him disappear into a building I'd never remember the name of. Strange fare, I thought, nothing more, but the next Monday, 2:47 a.m., Terminal 3, Chicago flight. There he was again, same suit, same suitcase, same silence, and the Monday after that. And the Monday after that, always the same, always silent, always that scar catching the dashboard light. I should have felt relieved, a guaranteed fare every week, easy money. Instead, something cold settled in my chest, because routines are supposed to feel normal. This one felt like being watched. I called Michael at 3 in the morning. Daniel, his voice crackled with sleep and irritation. What's wrong? The phone felt cold against my ear, slick with sweat from my palm. That passenger I told you about, the Monday guy. I saw something on his phone screen. Okay, a yawn stretched through the line. My texts, Michael, private messages I sent you last week, word for word on his screen. The silence lasted too long. Then came the laugh, soft at first, building into something that made my stomach clench. Danny, come on. You probably just, I don't know, saw something similar and your brain filled in the rest. How many night shifts you working this week? I know what I saw. You're exhausted. You've been driving how many hours straight? 12, 14. The concern in his voice felt rehearsed, distant, like he was reading from a script titled How to Calm Your Paranoid Brother. This is different. Get some sleep. Seriously. When's the last time you took a day off? I opened my mouth, closed it. When was the last time? Yeah, Michael said, softer now. That's what I thought. Look, I've got an early meeting. We'll grab coffee this weekend, okay? The line went dead before I could answer. I sat in my taxi outside a darkened convenience store, engine ticking as it cooled. The streetlight above me buzzed, a steady, maddening hum that burrowed into my skull. My coffee had gone cold in the cup holder, a skin forming across the surface that caught the yellow light in oily swirls. Who else could I call? Who else was there? The truth settled like wet concrete in my chest. No one. There was no one else. I'd spent years perfecting the art of being alone, convincing myself it was safety, not isolation. Now I needed someone to believe me, and I'd built walls too high to climb. But what I'd seen on that screen would haunt me in ways I couldn't yet understand. I drove home as dawn bled gray across the skyline. My apartment building looked wrong in the early light, too sharp, too still, like a photograph of itself rather than the real thing. I parked in my usual spot and stared up at my fourth-floor window. The curtain hung exactly as I'd left it. Exactly. Inside my studio, everything smelled faintly of pine from the air freshener I kept by the door. I dropped my keys on the counter. They clattered too loud in the silence. The security camera. I'd installed it 6 months ago, one of those cheap models that sent alerts to my phone. Paranoia, Michael had called it. Waste of money. But now I pulled up the app and scrolled back through the footage, watching my empty door from the hallway perspective. Hours of nothing, just the occasional neighbor passing by. Linda Ochoa shuffling past with her grocery bags. The usual. I made fresh coffee and kept scrolling. Day after day of recorded stillness. My door remained closed, locked, untouched. So why did my apartment feel different every time I came home? I watched that grainy feed for hours, barely blinking until my eyes burned and the screen blurred. The coffee went cold again. I didn't care. Somewhere between exhaustion and obsession, I'd stopped being able to tell the difference. Every pixel mattered now. Every shadow in the hallway held potential answers. Tuesday afternoon footage loaded on my phone. 4:17 p.m. The hallway empty. Then a figure stepped into frame, wearing my jacket, using my walk, unlocking my door with a key. The figure paused before entering and for just a moment, less than a second, turned toward the camera. My face stared back at me through the screen. But the expression was all wrong, the smile too wide. The head tilted at an angle I'd never use, and he waved, directly at the camera, at me watching, as if he'd known all along I'd be here, in this exact moment, discovering him. The timestamp read 4 days ago. For days I'd been living in an apartment someone else had been inside. Someone wearing my face. Someone who wanted me to know. I drove home as dawn bled gray through the windshield, my hands still trembling from watching that footage. My own face. My own smile. Wrong. The key turned in the lock like always. The door opened onto silence. For a moment, just a breath, the familiar smell of stale coffee and old leather wrapped around me like safety. Then I stepped into the bathroom. The toothbrush sat on the left side of the sink. I always keep it on the right. Always. My hand hovered over it, not quite touching, as though the blue bristles might burn my fingers. Someone had used it. Someone had stood where I stood, looked into my mirror, brushed teeth that weren't theirs. Can you imagine that? The invasion of it. I backed into the kitchen. The fridge hummed its usual monotone, but when I opened it, oh God, organic milk, Greek yogurt, a carton of blueberries still dewy with condensation. I buy instant coffee and day-old sandwiches. Nothing fresh, nothing expensive, but what I found next made my skin go cold. My jacket, the brown leather one, draped over the chair like it belonged there. I lifted it to my face. The scent hit me like a fist. Sharp cologne, something woody and deliberate. I don't wear cologne, never have. The leather felt warm, as though someone had just taken it off. I moved through the apartment room by room. Closet, bedroom, the narrow space behind the shower curtain. Nothing. No one. Just the wrongness settling into my bones like frost, the certainty that someone had been here, living my life with the volume turned just slightly off-key. The coffee mug sat on the left side of the counter. I'm right-handed. And that's when I heard it, a key sliding into the lock behind me. I spun around. Empty hallway. Linda's door closing across the hall, the click of her deadbolt sliding home. Just the neighbor. My heart hammered against my ribs anyway. I locked myself inside and pulled up the security footage on my laptop. The screen's blue glow made my studio feel like a fishbowl. Cold coffee sat beside me, forgotten hours ago. I scrolled back through days of recordings, watching my own door from the camera's fixed angle. Monday, nothing. Tuesday. I worked the day shift that week, left at noon. The hallway stayed empty until 4 p.m. Someone walked up to my door, wearing my black jacket, my jeans, my face. The figure reached into a pocket, pulled out a key, and unlocked my door with their left hand. I'm right-handed, my throat closed. I watched him, me, walk inside like he owned the place, because apparently he did. I fast-forwarded. 30 minutes later, the footage from my interior camera loaded. The doppelganger moved through my kitchen, opening cabinets with that same wrong hand. He poured a bowl of raisin bran. I hate raisin bran, always have. The smell makes me gag, but he ate it, slowly, methodically, like someone performing a role they'd studied. Then he settled on my couch and turned on the TV. Channel 47. Home improvement shows. I never watched that garbage. He sat there for 2 hours, unblinking, while some host renovated a bathroom. Everything he did was me, but wrong. A reflection that moved backwards. What would you do if you watched yourself living a life you'd never lived? I clicked to Wednesday's footage. Thursdays, Fridays. He came back every afternoon, always 4 p.m., always using the left hand to turn doorknobs, lift mugs, tie shoes. Each visit he stayed longer. But what I saw on Saturday's recording made my blood turn to ice water. He wasn't alone anymore. I parked across the street from my own building at 3:30, watched the entrance through fogged windshield glass. My breath came out in short bursts, and the cold settled into my bones like it belonged there. 4 o'clock passed. No one entered. By 4:15, I couldn't wait anymore. I crossed the street, unlocked my door with shaking hands. The apartment smelled like fresh coffee, dark roast, the kind that burns your throat. I never drink dark roast. The mug sat on the counter, still warm when I pressed my palm against the ceramic, steam rising in lazy spirals. He'd been here minutes ago. Maybe seconds. I checked every room. Closet, bathroom, under the bed, nothing, gone. I tried again Tuesday, arrived at 3:45 this time. But when I finally entered at 4:20, the coffee maker was still dripping, hot liquid pooling into the carafe. The sound filled the kitchen, drip, drip, drip. Each drop felt like a heartbeat I'd missed. Can you imagine chasing yourself through your own life and always arriving too late? But what happened next made everything worse. My phone buzzed Wednesday afternoon. Michael's text glowed on the screen. "Why'd you call me yesterday asking about Mom's recipe? You hate her cooking." I stared at the words. Yesterday afternoon, I drove a lawyer to O'Hare, then a college student to Navy Pier. Then I pulled up my phone records with trembling fingers. There it was. 2:17 p.m., call to Michael. Duration 6 minutes. I scrolled further. Calls to my bank, my landlord, numbers I didn't recognize. All made while I was behind the wheel, hands on leather, eyes on road, all in my voice. My throat tightened. He wasn't just living in my apartment anymore. He was living my entire life. And whatever he was building toward, I was running out of time to stop it. My phone vibrated at 3:27 in the morning. Michael's name glowed on the screen. He never called during my shift. "Danny." His voice sounded hollow, stretched thin like old tape. "We need to talk." I pulled into a dark lot behind the Route 41 gas station. The fluorescent lights hummed their usual insect song through my windshield. "What's wrong?" "You came by yesterday afternoon." He paused. Static crackled between us. You sat on my couch, we talked for an hour." My hands went numb on the steering wheel. "Michael, I worked a double shift yesterday, 14 hours straight. You told me about that camping trip when Dad left us alone overnight, when I got scared of the raccoons." The pine air freshener swung from my mirror, releasing its chemical sweetness. "We never went camping," I said. My voice didn't sound like mine. "Dad took us fishing twice, that's it." "Danny, I remember, you were there, you laughed about it, said I cried for 3 hours." Can you imagine forgetting your own childhood? Watching someone else's memories replace yours? "What are you on?" Michael's words cut sharp. "Pills, something else, because this isn't exhaustion anymore." But the real question was worse than that. "I'm not using anything," I whispered. The coffee stains on my dashboard looked wrong suddenly. Too many rings. Had there always been that many? "Then why don't you remember visiting me?" His breathing came faster now. Why are you saying things that didn't happen? Happened. My throat closed. Because what if I was wrong? What if the camping trip was real and my memory had holes I'd never noticed? What if I'd been losing pieces of myself for weeks and never knew? Michael, the line went dead. I sat in the dark trying to remember my father's face, trying to remember what was real. My own past felt like fog now, slipping through my fingers every time I reached for it. And that's when I realized the worst part. If my memories were lies, then who was I? I couldn't trust my memories anymore. So maybe I could trust the evidence. I pulled into the empty lot behind the Route 41 gas station, killed the engine. The suitcase sat in the back seat where the passenger had vanished, and yes, it was still moving, rising, falling like lungs. My hand went to my jacket pocket for my keys. They were there, right where they should be, but my fingers trembled as I reached for the suitcase anyway, dragging it into the front seat. The leather was warm, body temperature warm. The smell hit me then, that familiar cologne I'd noticed in my apartment, the one I didn't own, sharp and citrusy and wrong. The clasps clicked open too easily. Inside, oh God, my wallet. The brown leather one with the coffee stain on the corner, my keys. The rabbit's foot keychain Michael gave me 10 years ago, my phone. The cracked screen protector I'd been meaning to replace for months. I patted my pockets again, frantic. Felt the weight of my wallet, my keys, my phone, all still there, all exactly where they belonged. Can you imagine holding your own possessions and finding them in two places at once? But that wasn't the worst part. White squares scattered across the passenger seat as I lifted the wallet out. Polaroids, maybe 20 of them. They fell like snow face up, and every single one showed the same thing. Me, asleep, behind the wheel of my taxi. What I saw in those photos would make me question every moment I thought I'd been alone. The first photo showed me slumped at a red light, head tilted back against the headrest, street-light glare on the windshield. The angle was from outside, passenger side window. Someone had stood right there, right beside my car, close enough to touch the glass. I shuffled through them. My hands wouldn't stop shaking, me at another red light, eyes closed, mouth slightly open. Me parked at Terminal 3, head against the window. The timestamp on the dashboard clock read 3:14 a.m. Me at the gas station. This one was different. The camera angle was from inside the car. The back seat. They'd been inside. I flipped through faster, photo after photo. Different nights, different locations. Always the same, me unconscious, vulnerable, unaware. The photos had a quality to them, a clarity that said they weren't taken hastily. Someone had framed each shot, waited for the right moment, the right light. How many times had I fallen asleep at red lights thinking I was alone? How many nights had I nodded off during long airport waits? How long had they been watching? The last photo made my stomach drop. It was taken from outside my apartment door, through the peephole, reversed. The angle showed my security camera and me, asleep on my couch, pizza box on my chest. But here's what made my skin crawl. I was holding my phone up, screen glowing, taking a selfie in my sleep. My thumb was on the button, but I don't take selfies. I never take selfies. Something crinkled at the bottom of the suitcase. Paper. I pulled it out, unfolded it with numb fingers. Handwritten. My handwriting, it was a schedule, my schedule, every fare, every stop, every bathroom break. 4 weeks of my life documented in my own handwriting in pen I didn't remember holding. At the bottom, one line, phase 2 complete. Monday reset. Monday. Tomorrow was Monday. 2:47 a.m. pickup at Terminal 3. And that's when I noticed what was tucked beneath the paper, something that would prove I wasn't the one being replaced. I drove straight to my apartment. No thinking, just moving. The hallway smelled like burnt popcorn and lemon cleaner, familiar and real. My key scraped into the lock, turned. Nothing. I tried again. The metal refused to give. Wrong apartment. No Unit 213, same chipped paint on the door frame where I'd bumped it moving in. I jiggled the key harder. The lock didn't recognize me. "Can I help you?" Mr. Patterson stood at the end of the hall, arms crossed. My landlord, gray cardigan, coffee mug in hand. "My key, it's not working. I need to get into my apartment." He squinted at me. "Your apartment?" "Yes, 213. I've lived here 3 years. Son, Daniel Reeves terminated his lease 3 days ago." Patterson's voice stayed flat, matter of fact. "Moved out completely. Handed me the keys himself." The floor tilted beneath me. No, I didn't. Signed all the paperwork. Left the place spotless." But what he said next made my blood turn to ice. Seemed in a real hurry to leave, actually. Said something about starting fresh. I backed away from my own door. The walls pressed closer. What would you do if everyone insisted you'd done things you never did? If your entire life rewrote itself while you were driving? My phone, Michael. My brother would know my voice. I called him with shaking hands. The phone pressed cold against my ear. 3 rings. "Hello? Michael, it's me, it's Daniel." Silence stretched too long, way too long. "I'm sorry, who is this?" "Daniel, your brother, Michael, please." "I don't." "Your voice." "That's not." He paused, breathing shallow. "Who are you?" The phone slipped from my fingers, clattered on the tile. Michael didn't recognize my voice anymore. I looked down at my left hand. Under the fluorescent lights, I saw it clearly for the first time. The scar. Monday, 2:47 a.m. Terminal 3 again. I parked in the pickup zone like muscle memory commanded. The fluorescent lights hummed their familiar dead insect chorus. My left hand gripped the steering wheel, and the scar caught the overhead glare. Small, precise, on the exact spot I'd memorized weeks ago. The businessman emerged through the sliding doors, but everything was wrong. He stumbled toward my taxi, eyes wide, scanning the empty pickup lanes like something might follow him. His suit hung wrinkled. Sweat darkened his collar despite the October chill seeping through my cracked window. He yanked the rear door open, breathing hard, ragged gasps that fogged the rearview mirror. "Thank God you're here," he said. His voice. Oh God, his voice. "Someone has been impersonating me for 6 weeks." The words tumbled out, desperate, pleading. They knew my schedule, my passwords, they wore my face. I couldn't breathe. The pine air freshener smell turned chemical, suffocating. He leaned forward between the seats. "You have to believe me. I'm the real." I raised my left hand. Showed him the scar. He stopped, stared, then slowly. He raised his own left hand. The same scar, same placement. What would you do? Can you even imagine that moment when you realize you might not be you? But here's what I understood then in that humming, fluorescent silence. It didn't matter anymore which of us was real. We were both replacements now, both passengers in someone else's pattern. He slumped back into the worn leather seat. I put the taxi in drive. Where to? I asked, because what else do you say when your existence dissolves? He didn't answer. Neither did I expect him to. We drove into the October darkness, two men wearing the same scar, neither one certain who'd earned it first. The city swallowed us whole, and somewhere, someone else was already climbing into the next version of our lives. The voice on the phone was mine. I pressed the cold plastic against my ear and heard myself speak. Not an echo, not a recording, my voice, my exact cadence, the way I swallow before bad news. Vincent, it said, platform 7, 6:23. The train derails. My hand trembled. The fluorescent lights above platform 7 buzzed, casting everything in sickly yellow. I could smell the bleach from my last cleaning round, still wet on the concrete, mixed with something else. Something metallic I couldn't place. Who is this? You know who this is. The line went dead. My radio crackled to life. Rachel's voice cut through the static, sharp and impatient. Carver, you copy. I need debris cleared from platform 7 before the morning train. You've got 4 minutes. 4 minutes until 6:23. I clipped the radio back to my belt. My breath came shallow. The station was empty at this hour, just me and the hum of distant ventilation. But I wasn't alone. I never was down here. What I didn't know then was that this call would be the first of many. I walked toward platform 7, my boots echoing in the maintenance tunnel. Each step felt heavier than the last. The emergency lighting cast long shadows that seemed to move wrong, delayed, like they were following something else. That's when I saw it. A phone lying on the platform edge, screen glowing, ringing. I stepped closer. The sound pierced the silence, shrill and insistent. I bent down. Read the caller ID. It said me, and the timestamp showed 6:19 a.m., exactly now. But the call had come in 4 minutes ago. My mind raced back to 5 nights earlier, when I first found it. 3 in the morning, platform 7. The fluorescent lights buzzed overhead like dying insects, casting everything in that sickly yellow glow that made even my own hands look corpse pale. Cold down there, always cold even though it was June. I dragged my mop across the concrete, the bleach smell sharp in my nostrils, burning the back of my throat. That's when I saw it. A phone, just lying there on the platform edge. I set the mop against the wall, picked it up. The screen was still bright, fully charged. My thumb hovered over the power button, but the display lit up on its own. One missed call. Caller ID, ME. I blinked, squinted at the timestamp. 9:14 a.m., 6 hours ahead. Some drunk passenger must have messed with the settings before dropping it. That's what I told myself. That's what made sense. But here's what didn't make sense. What I didn't tell anyone. The phone was warm. Not room temperature. Warm. Like someone had just been holding it. The platform was empty. Had been empty for an hour. I turned it in to Brian at Lost and Found that morning, made some joke about passengers who couldn't hold their liquor. He tossed it in a cardboard box without even logging it, sloppy as always. I went home, slept, came back the next night. 3 a.m., platform 7, I started my sweep. And there it was again. Same phone, same spot, same impossible glow in the darkness. I stopped breathing. The mop clattered to the floor, the sound echoing down the empty tunnel like a gunshot. Because this time I noticed something else. The missed call timestamp had changed, and what it showed made my blood run cold. I spent my lunch break in the archive room. The basement smelled like mildew and forgotten paperwork. Fluorescent lights hummed overhead, flickering every few seconds. I pulled the Platform 7 incident reports going back 40 years. My hands shook as I turned pages. The paper felt brittle, cold. 3 derailments, all on Platform 7. October 5th, 1984. 6:23 a.m. Track debris. June 12, 2002. 6:23 a.m. Track debris. March 9th, 2015. 6:23 a.m. Track debris. The same time every single time. I wiped sweat from my forehead despite the chill. Can you imagine finding a pattern like that? Coincidence doesn't repeat with that kind of precision. I flipped through maintenance logs looking for what? I didn't know. Proof that I wasn't losing my mind, maybe. But what I found instead made everything worse. A log from 9 years ago. Routine cleaning schedule. Night shift assignments. I scanned the signatures at the bottom of each page. Different names, different handwriting. Then I stopped. My signature not similar, not close, exact. The way I looped the V in Vincent. The way I crossed my T's too high. My employee number beneath it. I never worked here 9 years ago. I was still married then, still living upstate. I didn't even move to the city until 6 years ago. My finger traced the ink. It didn't smudge. Wasn't a photocopy. Original pen. Original pressure marks on the paper. I checked the date again. Checked my own signature again. The archive room suddenly felt smaller. The lights buzzed louder. My breath came in short gasps. If I signed that log 9 years ago, then where was I? And what else had I forgotten? I called in sick for the first time in 3 years. Rachel's voice on the phone was sharp, skeptical. "You sound fine to me, Carver." "Stomach thing," I lied, staring at my reflection in the bathroom mirror. The fluorescent bulb overhead flickered once, twice. "I can't make it tonight," she sighed. "Fine, but I need documentation if this becomes a pattern. A pattern, if only she knew. I locked every door in my apartment, checked the windows, drew the blinds. At midnight, I sat on my couch with the lights on, watching infomercials with the volume turned up. The normalcy felt like a lifeline. People selling cookware. People buying things they didn't need. A world where time moved forward. At 2 a.m. the lights flickered. Not like before. This was different, slower, deliberate. The bulbs dimmed to amber, then surged back to white. The hum of electricity became a pulse. I stood, heart hammering against my ribs. The subway rumble started beneath my feet. Have you ever felt something that shouldn't exist? A vibration traveling through 6 floors of concrete and steel, climbing up through the foundation, rattling the coffee mug on my table. My building isn't near the subway. The nearest line runs 4 blocks east. The rumble grew louder. My phone rang. I looked at the screen. Caller ID, ME. My thumb hovered over the red button. I could answer. I could ignore it. What would you do? The ringing filled my apartment, too loud, too sharp, each tone drilling into my skull like a warning I couldn't decode. I didn't answer. The ringing stopped. The rumble stopped. The lights steadied. Silence wrapped around me like cold water, and for one desperate moment I thought I'd won. I was wrong. At 3 a.m., I opened my eyes. Cold air bit my exposed skin. The smell of bleach and damp concrete filled my lungs. Overhead, fluorescent lights buzzed in their familiar rhythm. My fingers gripped something solid, the handle of my cleaning cart. I stood on platform 7, holding my supplies, my uniform still on, my shoes still laced. I had no memory of leaving home, but what I found in my pocket would make me wish I'd answered that call. My hand found it before my mind did. The phone, smooth glass against my palm, still warm, still charged. I pulled it from my pocket under the flickering lights of platform 7 and something inside me snapped. The custodial office was empty at 3:15 in the morning. I grabbed the hammer from the tool cabinet, laid the phone on the concrete floor, raised the hammer high. The first strike sent cracks spiderwebbing across the screen. The sound echoed off metal lockers, sharp, final. I hit it again, again. Glass shattered into glittering pieces. The battery split open with a chemical smell that burned my nostrils. I kept swinging until my shoulder ached, until the phone was nothing but fragments and twisted metal and circuit board dust. Have you ever been so desperate you destroy the one thing that might give you answers? I scooped the pieces into a trash bag, walked to the compactor behind the maintenance room. The machine groaned as it swallowed the bag. I watched through the small window as the crusher descended, metal grinding against metal, a sound like bones breaking. The bag compressed into a flat, unrecognizable disc. I exhaled for what felt like the first time in hours. The rest of my shift passed in a haze of normalcy I hadn't felt in days. I mopped platform 4, restocked paper towels in the restrooms. Rachel's voice crackled over the radio at 5:30, asking about supply inventory. I answered with steady words, professional, grounded. At 6 a.m., I did my final sweep of platform 7, but what I found there would prove that some things refuse to stay broken. The phone sat on the bench, same spot as always. Screen intact, not a scratch. I picked it up with trembling fingers. Cold, impossibly cold, like it had been in a freezer, not freshly charged. I turned it over. One missed call. Caller ID, ME. The timestamp had changed. It no longer read 6 hours ahead. It read 6:23 tomorrow. I stood there, staring at the phone in my hand. The timestamp glowed. 6:23 tomorrow, not 6 hours ahead anymore. You look different. The voice came from behind me, rough, like gravel scraped over concrete. I spun around. The homeless man stood 5 feet away. Jerry, I think someone had called him once. He smelled like old newspapers and rain-soaked wool. Different haircut, he said. His eyes didn't blink. But same face. Same name tag. My throat tightened. I don't. Vincent Carver. He pronounced each syllable carefully like he'd practiced. I remember you. The platform felt colder. Have you ever had someone look at you like they've seen your ghost? That's how Jerry stared. Not at me, through me. You don't know me, I said. I do. He stepped closer. His breath came in short, wheezing bursts. Seen you die 4 times now, always here. Always platform 7. He pointed one yellowed fingernail at the ground beneath our feet. Always at 6:23. My pulse hammered in my ears. The phone grew heavy in my palm. You're confused, I said. I've never, you have. Jerry reached into his coat. The fabric rustled. He pulled out a notebook, small, spiral-bound, the cover warped from moisture. He opened it with trembling hands. The pages were filled with dates, hundreds of them, all handwritten in cramped, desperate letters, all circled in red ink. But what I saw next made my knees buckle. Every single date was the same month, the same day, the same year, today's date. And beside each one in Jerry's shaking scrawl were 2 words repeated over and over. He died. He died. He died. How many times? Jerry's voice cracked. How many times are you going to let it happen? I could change it. If I couldn't escape the loop, maybe I could break it from the inside. The maintenance tunnels smelled like rust and old grease as I descended the access ladder near platform 7. My flashlight beam cut through the darkness, finding the track switch mechanism. A metal box bolted to the tunnel wall, wires snaking into the concrete like veins. I yanked the manual override lever. Hard. The metal groaned, then clicked. The switch indicator light shifted from green to amber. Platform 7 was now disconnected from the 6:23 train route. Back in the custodial office, I filled out Form 412B with trembling hands. Track obstruction, structural concerns, recommend reroute until inspection complete. I checked every box that would force a delay. At 4:47 a.m., I radioed Rachel. Carver to supervisor. I need to file an emergency maintenance report. Her response came through laced with static. This better be legitimate, Vincent. Platform 7. Track switch shows signs of metal fatigue. Could be dangerous. Silence. Then, fine. I'll reschedule the 6:23 to 7 a.m. You're doing the inspection yourself tomorrow. I exhaled. For the first time in days, my chest didn't feel like it was being crushed. But the relief wouldn't last long. At 6:22 a.m., I stood on platform 4 watching the clock. 1 minute until the moment I always died. The station felt too quiet, too still. Then I heard it, a sharp metallic click echoing from the tunnels below. The same sound the track switch had made when I pulled it, only in reverse. My radio crackled to life. Rachel's voice, cold, mechanical, wrong somehow. Carver, I need you to clear debris from platform 7 before the 6:23 arrives. I looked at my watch. The schedule had changed back, and I realized something far worse than dying. I'd been trying to stop this before. The floor tilts beneath me. I blink, and I am standing on platform 4, mop in hand, squeezing dirty water into the bucket. The fluorescent lights hum their usual rhythm, but I am also still on platform 7, watching myself on platform 4, both places at once. My hands shake, both sets of them. The station stretches like taffy pulled too far. Platform 4 bleeds into platform 7. The walls curve wrong. The distance between them collapses and expands with each breath I take. Can you imagine feeling yourself exist in 2 places? Watching your own back while also being that person who doesn't know he's watched. I see myself walking toward the lost and found room. Yesterday, or last week. Time has lost its edges. Brian takes the phone from my hand. I watch it happen. I am handing it to him. His bored expression. The way he tosses it into a cardboard box without looking. But what I witnessed next shattered everything I thought I understood about the loop. I am answering the phone now. On platform 7, my own voice crackling through the speaker, warning about the derailment. I watch my face go pale. I feel my face go pale, the same moment, different nights, all nights. The smell hits me, burning metal, acrid and sharp, coating my throat. The derailment, I hear it screeching. Twisting steel, screams that echo from nowhere and everywhere. The sound doesn't come from ahead of me. It comes from inside the walls, from beneath the tiles, from yesterday and tomorrow. It has already happened. It is always happening. The phone rings in my pocket. I never picked it up. It is there anyway. The station shudders. Every loop plays at once, stacked on top of each other like transparencies held to light. And then I see what Jerry meant when he said he watched me die. Reality snapped back. One point in time, one body, 6:22 a.m., platform 7. The fluorescent lights above me buzzed their usual sickly hum. Cold air pressed against my face, carrying the metallic taste of brake dust and old rust. My boots stood rooted to cracked tile. I was here, just here, not fragmented across platforms or looping through memories. Solid, present. The phone buzzed in my right pocket. I froze. My hand had been empty seconds ago, minutes ago. I couldn't remember picking it up. I never picked it up. The weight pressed against my thigh anyway, vibrating in steady pulses. Ring, ring, ring. Through the tunnel ahead, a distant rumble grew louder. The 6:23 Express. I felt it through the soles of my feet, that familiar tremor climbing up my legs, rattling my spine. Rachel's voice exploded from my radio. Vincent, debris on 7. Clear it now or we delay the whole goddamn morning rush, static crackled. Her words distorted, repeated. Clear it now, clear it now. The debris sat 15 feet ahead. Metal brackets, coiled wire, the same pile I'd seen for. How many loops? How many times had I walked toward it, bent down, cleared it away? But I didn't know which choice would break the cycle. The train's headlight appeared in the tunnel mouth, a white eye growing brighter. The rails began to sing, that high-pitched metal whine building toward 6:23. 1 minute, 60 seconds. 3 paths stretched before me like branches splitting. I could board the train, throw myself into its path or through its doors, force something different. I could clear the debris, do my job, follow protocol, let the loop continue. Or I could run, leave the phone behind, abandon the platform, escape whatever held me here. What would you do? Knowing every choice might seal you into this moment forever. The phone kept ringing. My own voice waited on the other end, warning me, or lying to me. I didn't know anymore which version of myself to trust. The train was 30 seconds away. The platform trembled. Rachel's static voice repeated clearance demands. My hand hovered near my pocket, near the debris, near the stairwell leading up and out. And that's when I realized the truth. Whatever choice I made at 6:23 had already been made, was always being made, would never stop being made. I reached forward. I pulled the phone from my pocket. The screen glowed against the darkness. The train's headlights swept around the curve, closer now. I could hear the wheels screaming against the rails. I dropped it. The phone clattered onto the tracks. Lay there. Still ringing, I stepped back. 6:23. The train hit the phone dead center. A burst of white sparks exploded outward, so bright I had to shield my eyes. The smell of burning electronics filled the platform. Acrid, chemical, wrong. The train wheels shrieked. Metal grinding metal. My chest tightened. Waited for the derailment. Waited for the sound of cars folding like paper. But the train passed safely. The tail lights disappeared into the tunnel. Silence rushed back in. Cold air settled on my skin. I exhaled. Didn't even realize I'd been holding my breath. Rachel's voice crackled on the radio. "Carver, morning shift's here, you're clear." My shift ended. I went home, slept for the first time in days. Dreamless, heavy. When I woke, sunlight streamed through my apartment window. Real sunlight. I made coffee, watched the clock, felt normal, but what I didn't know then would change everything. The next night I returned to work. Midnight shift. Same routine. Same platforms. I told myself it was over. That dropping the phone had broken something, fixed something. At 3 a.m. I walked past platform 7 during my sweep. A phone sat on the bench. I stopped, stared at it. Fully charged, screen glowing in the dim fluorescent light. I picked it up with trembling fingers. One missed call. Caller ID, ME. The timestamp read 6:23 a.m. today, 6 hours from now. The cycle hadn't ended. It had never ended. What would you do, knowing every choice leads back here? Knowing you'll stand on this platform forever, holding this phone, watching that train approach. I pressed the phone to my ear. It was already ringing. The voices woke me at 3 in the morning. I sat up in the narrow trailer bed, heart already racing. Laughter echoed across the 50 yards between my window and the cave mouth. Clear, distinct. A woman's voice asking about stalactites. A man responding with facts I'd memorized months ago. Impossible. The last tour ended at 6. I pressed my face against the cold glass. Darkness swallowed the landscape beyond my porch light, but the cave entrance gaped like an open mouth. No flashlights, no headlamps, just that steady murmur of conversation drifting through Kentucky night air. The voices didn't fade, they multiplied. I grabbed my flashlight and jacket. My boots hit gravel and the autumn cold bit through my shirt. 50 yards felt like 50 miles. The voices grew louder with each step. Casual chatter, someone laughing at a joke I couldn't hear, footsteps on stone echoing from deep inside. Can you imagine walking toward sounds that shouldn't exist? The cave mouth exhaled damp limestone breath. I clicked on my flashlight. The beam cut through absolute darkness, illuminating the familiar walkway, the metal railings, the first limestone formations. Empty, completely empty, but the voices continued. They came from deeper in, past the main chamber, past the tour route, toward the section we sealed off years ago. I stepped onto the limestone path. Water dripped in rhythm somewhere ahead. The mineral smell wrapped around me, thick and ancient. Then I saw them, boot prints, fresh mud, leading down the walkway. My throat tightened. The prints were clear, recent, wet enough to gleam under my flashlight beam. They tracked straight through the main chamber, past the safety barriers, toward the rusted chains marking the restricted tunnels. The voices called from beyond those chains, laughing like nothing was wrong. I followed the prints into the darkness. I ducked under the rusted chain, the metal groaning against the limestone. The smell hit me first, old iron and something sour, like wet earth left too long in darkness. My flashlight beam followed the boot prints deeper into tunnels I hadn't walked since. Wait, I'd never walked these tunnels. I started here 6 months ago. The restricted section was already sealed when I arrived. My breath fogged in front of me thick white clouds that shouldn't exist this far underground. The temperature had dropped. I could feel it through my jacket, a cold that pressed against my skin like wet fabric. Water dripped somewhere ahead. Steady. Rhythmic, too rhythmic. Drip, 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 like a metronome counting down. The boot prints continued, tracking mud through dust that looked undisturbed for years. The contradiction made my chest tighten. I followed them around a bend where the ceiling dropped low enough to force me into a crouch. My palms scraped against limestone, gritty and damp. The prints stopped. Dead end. Solid rock face. I swept the flashlight across the wall and the beam caught fresh scratches in the stone. Letters gouged deep, the edges still pale. Tour 340 emergency exit failed, guide trapped oxygen 4 hours. Below it, carved in smaller letters, December 19th, 2024. Today's date. My hand trembled. The flashlight beam shook across the wall. Can you imagine finding your own warning? Your own handwriting in stone you've never touched? Behind me, the voices grew louder, not echoing from the main chamber anymore. Closer, moving through solid rock, through limestone that should block all sound. Footsteps approached from inside the wall itself, dozens of them, all walking toward me through impossible space. The voice came through the limestone, clearer now. A tour guide's practiced cadence, echoing facts about mineral deposits and water tables. I pressed my palm against the cold stone. The vibrations buzzed against my skin, words bleeding through solid rock. Blackwater Cave formed over 2 million years ago. And no, that's my voice. I stumbled back. The sound followed me, bouncing off the walls, layering over itself. My own inflections, my own pauses for effect. Reciting facts I'd memorized 6 months ago, but the order was wrong, starting with geological history instead of safety protocols. What would you do, hearing yourself speak from inside the earth? I dropped to my knees in the mud. My flashlight beam trembled across the boot prints leading to this dead end. I lifted my right foot, pressed it beside the nearest print. The tread pattern matched exactly. Every ridge, every worn patch near the heel where I drag slightly when I'm tired. The cold mud squelched between my fingers as I traced the outline. Mine, all mine. The phantom footsteps grew louder, dozens of shoes on stone shuffling closer. Laughter echoed from somewhere ahead, tourists amused by some joke I couldn't hear. I spun, flashlight cutting through darkness. The tunnel behind me stretched empty. No movement, no bodies, just that voice. My voice, droning on about limestone formations. Then my beam caught something metallic lodged in the silt near the wall. Another flashlight, half buried, caked in dried mud. My hand shook as I reached for it, fingers closing around the cold aluminum cylinder. I lifted it free. Oh God, the metal was warm, still warm as if someone had been holding it seconds ago. The warmth of the second flashlight seeped into my palm, metal that should have been cold as the limestone around me. I dropped it, backed away. My mind raced back to 6 months ago, to the morning I'd signed the paperwork in Corinne, Shelby's cramped office above the gift shop. "You're running from something," she'd said. Not a question. I'd stared at the contract. Atlanta, bad breakup, dead-end job, the usual. Her eyes held mine. 50-something, weathered face, hands that knew rope and rock. "This isn't a hiding place, Blake. It's quiet, but not always peaceful. Quiet is exactly what I need." She'd poured coffee that smelled like burnt earth and slid a mug across the desk. "There was an incident in 2011. A guide named Garrett Finley went down for a late inspection. Never came back up. We searched for 3 days, found nothing. No body, no equipment, no explanation." I took the mug. The warmth felt good. "What happened to him?" "Don't know," her voice dropped. "But we sealed the back tunnels after that, chain barrier. No one goes past the main tour route now, no exceptions." "Understood." "I'm serious, Blake," she leaned forward. "You hear anything strange down there, you leave. You don't investigate, you don't linger, you come up." "What would you do? Take a job in a cave where someone vanished without a trace?" I needed the isolation, the distance, the chance to stop thinking about everything I'd left behind. I moved into the trailer 50 yards from the cave entrance. Small, sparse, weak cell signal, perfect, 4 tour a day, same script, same jokes. Tourists laughed at the stalactite formations, gasped at the echo chamber, filed out satisfied. For 5 months and 3 weeks I heard nothing unusual. Water dripping in rhythm, wind whistling through cracks, the settling groan of ancient stone, until this week. The voices started small. A whisper I convinced myself was wind. Laughter I blamed on acoustic tricks. Footsteps that stopped when I turned around. I told myself caves played with sound, warped it, made you hear things that weren't there. But tonight, holding that warm flashlight in the dark, I understood something Corinne had been too afraid to say. Garrett Finley never left these tunnels, and neither would I. I climbed out at dawn. My hands still shook from holding that impossible warmth in the darkness. Inside the trailer, I opened the park records on my laptop. The keys felt cold under my fingertips. Damp paper smell rose from the file box Corinne had left me during orientation. Incident reports, tour logs, maintenance sheets yellowed at the edges. I needed to understand Tour 340. The logs ran sequential. Tour 337, Tour 338, Tour 339, and then nothing. The date beside 339 matched the day Garrett Finley disappeared. Tour 340 had never happened. My breath caught, but I'd heard it. I'd followed its footprints. I'd seen the warning scratched with today's date, the countdown, the emergency exit notation. Can you imagine finding proof that something impossible exists? I searched the incident file for Garrett's name. The report was thin. Male 34 hired 8 months prior vanished during routine inspection. No body recovered. Section sealed by order of Dixon Reese. There was a photo. Oh, the room tilted. I gripped the desk. That face. Those hands. The way his shoulders hunched slightly forward like mine did after a long shift. Garrett Finley looked exactly like me, Not similar, not close. Identical. My pulse hammered in my ears. 3 sharp knocks rattled the trailer door. I flinched, nearly knocking over cold coffee from yesterday. Blake, Kareen's voice, but wrong, tight with fear. I opened the door. She stood in morning mist, arms wrapped around herself despite the humidity. Her eyes locked on mine, searched my face. Her mouth opened, closed. "You," she whispered. "You look just like Garrett." The words hung between us like a held breath. Behind her, past 50 yards of wet grass, the cave mouth exhaled its endless cold into the warming air. And from somewhere deep below, I heard footsteps beginning their descent. I didn't wait for the footsteps to reach us. "I have to go," I said, pushing past Kareen toward the trailer door. The cold morning air hit my face, sharp with the smell of wet limestone and something older, something wrong. Behind me, Kareen called my name, but the sound felt muffled, like I was already underwater. My truck sat where I'd parked it 6 months ago, or 8 months ago, depending on whose timeline I believed. The keys shook in my hand as I jammed them into the ignition. Click, click, nothing. I tried again. The engine didn't even turn over. Battery was new. I'd checked it last week. My palms were slick against the steering wheel and I could hear my own breathing, too fast, too shallow in the confined cab. Fine. I'd walk. The access road stretched ahead, familiar gravel crunching under my boots. 20 minutes to the main highway. I'd done it before for exercise, back when I still pretended this job was temporary. The cave mouth yawned to my left as I passed, that constant 50-degree exhale brushing the back of my neck. I didn't look, I walked faster. Pine trees lined the road, their shadows stretching in the early light. I counted my steps. 400, 600. The rhythm calmed me, gave me something to focus on besides the pressure building in my chest. Like I'd forgotten to breathe properly, like the air wasn't reaching deep enough. 800 steps. The trailer appeared ahead. No, that's... I spun around. The road behind me stretched empty, gravel undisturbed except for my own footprints leading back the way I'd come. I'd been walking in a straight line. I'd felt the incline, the slight curve past the equipment shed. Can you lose 20 minutes and end up exactly where you started? I ran this time. Same trees, same shadows. The numbers in my head wouldn't stop. 2 hours, 53 minutes, counting down to something I couldn't name. I'd never started counting, but the knowledge sat in my skull like a stone, cold and absolute. The trailer door hung open. Kareen was gone. The cave pulled, not metaphorically. I felt it in my sternum, a fishhook tug toward that black mouth. My legs moved without permission, carrying me down the wooden steps, past the rusted chain barrier I'd crossed last night. The air grew thick, pressing against my eardrums. Every tunnel branched wrong. I tried the northern passage toward the old echo chamber, but the walls curved, narrowed, and deposited me at the restricted section's dead end. I tried again. Western route toward the formation they called the cathedral. The path twisted back on itself, limestone slick under my boots, and delivered me to the same scratched warning. Same muddy boot prints. Same emergency exit rusted shut. 2 hours, 38 minutes. I pressed my forehead against the cold stone, trying to remember when I'd started counting. The oxygen timer in my head ticked down with mechanical precision. each second dropping like water into an endless well. But I hadn't looked at my watch, hadn't checked the time since. Since when? The counting had always been there, and something in the darkness ahead, past the warning, past the point where my flashlight beam dissolved into nothing, something was waiting for me to run out. The figure ahead wore my jacket. I stopped. Flashlight beam shaking against wet limestone. Same olive canvas. Same frayed cuff on the left sleeve. The back of his head, my head, turned slightly and I saw the curve of my own ear, the exact angle of my jaw. He moved forward, boots squelching in mud. I couldn't breathe. The cold air pressed into my lungs like stones, mineral-scented and stale, but I forced myself to follow. What else could I do? Stay frozen in the dark. The double reached a junction where 3 tunnels split. He stopped, turned. Oh, God, my face, pale as cave fungus. Mouth moving, shaping words I couldn't hear. His eyes, my eyes, locked onto mine, but there was no recognition. No shock, just terror, raw and endless. His lips kept moving, forming the same silent phrase over and over. Then he pointed deeper into the left tunnel. I tried to speak. What are you? He turned and walked into solid stone, not through a passage, into the wall itself. Gone. My hand reached out, touched the limestone where he'd vanished. Solid, cold, real. Can you imagine what that feels like? Watching yourself disappear into rock. Something echoed from the left tunnel. A voice. My voice. I forced my legs to move. Every step felt wrong, like walking against current. The tunnel sloped downward, narrower now, and the voice grew clearer. Reciting. Blackwater Cave formed approximately 300 million years ago during the Mississippian period. Water dissolved the limestone, creating passages at a rate of, I rounded the corner. There I was again, standing in profile, gesturing to empty air, giving a tour to no one. My mouth moved in perfect sync with the words echoing off stone, but the tone was flat, mechanical, like I'd said them 10,000 times and lost all meaning. Please stay behind the guide at all times. The formations are fragile and, hey, I said. He didn't stop, didn't turn. Hey, louder now. Nothing. He continued the script, turning to face where a tour group should be, smiling at vacant darkness. Further ahead, past his frozen performance, I saw movement. Another figure crouched low. No, not another, me again. This one knelt at the dead end, right arm moving in jerky motions, scratching, metal on stone. The sound scraped through my skull, sharp, rhythmic, desperate. I walked past my touring self. He didn't acknowledge me. I could have touched him, could have shaken his shoulder. But something in my gut told me he was as solid and as empty as the wall that swallowed the first one. The crouching figure kept scratching. I crept closer, saw the words forming under his, under mine. Under our fingernails, bleeding and broken. Tour 340. Emergency exit failed. He was creating the warning I'd already found. I knelt beside him. Can you hear me? His hand never stopped, eyes fixed on the stone. Lips pressed tight, I reached out. My fingers passed through his wrist like mist. That's when I understood. They weren't ghosts. They were echoes. Moments trapped in stone, playing forever. And if they were here, still scratching, still giving tour, still pointing the way, then what was I? My hand passed through him like he wasn't there, like I wasn't there. The cold shot up my arm, not from his body, but from the stone itself. The limestone felt wrong against my palm, too smooth, too warm, as if it had been touched moments ago by something living. The smell of damp earth filled my lungs, but underneath it, something metallic, copper, blood maybe, or rust. The crouching figure kept scratching. The sound echoed in triplets, each repetition slightly delayed, like my ears couldn't decide which moment to hear. Then I remembered this, not as a memory surfacing, as something happening right now. I was scratching the warning into stone, my fingernails tearing, limestone dust bitter on my tongue. But I was also standing behind myself, watching. And I was somewhere else entirely, shaking Kareen's hand on my first day, her smile tight with something unspoken. 2011, 6 months ago, the same handshake, the same trailer, the same damp cold seeping through my jacket. Can you imagine holding two lives in your head at once? Both real, both true, both ending here in the dark. The tour guide version of me spoke through the walls, his voice, my voice, reciting stalactite formation rates. But the words layered wrong. I heard myself say 10,000 years and 6 months ago and never all at once, syllables bleeding together like water through limestone. Oh, no, no, I done this before, not remembered it. Done it, the descent, the voices, the boot prints that matched mine because they were mine, left hours ago, days ago, years ago. Time didn't move right down here. It folded. It looped. It trapped. And that's when I understood what the oxygen countdown really meant. I ran deeper into the tunnel. The limestone pressed close, cold and damp against my shoulders. My flashlight beam jerked wildly. But I didn't need it anymore. I knew where I was going, had always known. The emergency exit waited at the far end, rusted and sealed, the door Garrett clawed at in 2011. The door I clawed at 6 months ago. The door I'm clawing at now. My fingernails scraped metal. Orange rust flaked away, tasting like old blood in the air. The handle wouldn't budge. I threw my weight against it. Nothing. The hinges had fused solid, corroded by time and cave moisture into a single, immovable slab. Help, my voice cracked. Someone, please. But you know who was coming, don't you? Behind me, footsteps echoed, not one set, dozens. I turned, flashlight shaking in my grip. They filled the tunnel, all of me. Some wore my jacket from today. Others had clothing I didn't recognize but somehow remembered buying. One was bleeding from a head wound I'd never received. Another clutched a flashlight with a dead battery. They moved in unison, faces slack, mouths opening. When they spoke, my voice layered over itself in impossible harmony. Tour 340. The exit failed. Oxygen remaining. 0 hours. I pressed against the rusted door. My chest should have been burning, lungs screaming. But I breathed normally, easily, the cave air flowing through me like I'd been part of it for years. I couldn't die here. Can you understand that? The loop wouldn't allow it. Death would have been mercy. An ending. This was continuation, eternal repetition. The countdown had always been a lie. One of the figures stepped forward. His face was mine, but older, resigned. He pointed back toward the sealed section, toward the chains and the warning scratched in stone. You have to go back, he whispered. Seal it. Forget. Start again. And that's when I understood what Kareen had been trying to tell me the whole time. I wake to morning sun through the trailer window. The light feels warm, normal. 6 months I've been here now, and the routine fits like old skin. I stretch, feet hitting cold linoleum, and shuffle to the coffee pot. The aroma fills the small space, bitter, comforting, real. The schedule sits on the counter, 4 tour today. I scan the list. Tour 340, something flickers in my chest. Unease maybe, but I don't know why. My phone buzzes. Kareen. Blake, she says, her voice sounds tight. I just, I need to check on you. I'm fine. I sip coffee. Why wouldn't I be? A pause, long enough that I hear her breathing. You just, you remind me of someone. Be careful today, okay? Don't go wandering after hours. Kareen, I know you don't remember. Her voice cracks. Just promise me. She hangs up before I can answer. I stare at the phone. What don't I remember? The coffee tastes wrong suddenly. Too bitter. I set it down and look out the window toward the cave mouth 50 yards away. Cold air seems to drift from it even in daylight, carrying the smell of limestone and standing water. Tonight, I'll hear something. I don't know how I know this, but the certainty sits heavy in my gut. Voices, maybe. Footsteps echoing where no one walks. Tonight, I'll descend. Can you imagine forgetting your own nightmare? Waking clean only to walk straight back into the dark. The muddy boot prints are already there, waiting in tunnels I haven't entered. The warning is already scratched into stone. My handwriting, though I've never held the tool. Tour 340 has always been scheduled. I've always taken this job. I've always descended. The loop doesn't need my memory. It only needs my feet to carry me down, again and again, into the cold and the dark and the voices that are all mine. I finish my coffee. The sun climbs higher. Tonight comes regardless. The light appeared where no light should be. I press the cold binoculars against my face, hands trembling despite the calm I tried to project. 7,200 feet up in Pinnacle Watch, surrounded by nothing but wind and pine and someone. Something was burning below in the unmapped valley. No permits issued. I checked twice. My breath fogged the glass. I lowered the binoculars and reached for the radio, the static crackling to life before I even pressed the button. Base, this is Pinnacle, you copy. The response came after 3 seconds too long. Dale's voice, familiar but stretched thin across the distance. Copy, Pinnacle, what have you got? Light source in the Western Valley. Grid reference. I fumbled for my map, the paper rustling loud in the silence. November 7/8, no permit on file. November 7/8, Dale's voice crackled. We'll hike down at first light, probably kids. You know how it is. I did know. And yet, copy that, I said. The line went dead. I set the radio down and returned to the window, pressing my palm against the glass. The cold bit through my skin, sharp and clarifying. The light still flickered below, steady as a heartbeat. Too steady. Campfires wavered, danced. This burned with mechanical precision. Dawn came slow. I watched the search party descend through my binoculars, Dale's orange pack, 2 younger rangers trailing behind. They moved through the old growth like ants swallowed by shadow and distance. 4 hours down, 4 hours searching, 4 hours of nothing. No trace, Dale radioed up at noon. No ash, no tracks. You sure about the coordinates? I was sure. That night I didn't sleep. I stood at the window, scanning the valley with eyes that burned from exhaustion. The darkness pressed close, thick and patient. And then, oh, There it was again, same location, same impossible light, burning where nothing should burn. What would you do if the world insisted you were wrong? But your eyes kept showing you the truth. The second night, the light appeared at exactly 9:47. I logged it, kept my eyes locked on that steady glow in the western valley while the radio hissed beside me. White noise, static washing through the cabin like tide. Then the light flickered, and the static spiked. A sharp burst of interference that made me wince. The light steadied. The static dropped back to baseline. Coincidence? Had to be. But the third night, 9:47 again, the pattern repeated. Flicker, static surge. My pulse kicked up. I adjusted the squelch dial, trying to filter the interference, but the correlation held. Every time that light pulsed in the valley below, my radio choked on noise. Something down there was bleeding into my frequency. I needed to think about something else. Anything else. My wallet sat on the desk, worn leather creased from years in my back pocket. I flipped it open to the photograph tucked behind the clear plastic sleeve. Eleanor, taken 2 summers ago at Rattlesnake Ledge before the divorce papers, before the silence that replaced our conversations. She was smiling in the photo. I remembered that smile, but now, oh, her head was angled wrong, tilted slightly left when it should have been straight. Her eyes looked past the camera instead of into it. I blinked hard, rubbed my face with both hands. The photo hadn't changed. Photos don't change. I was seeing things that weren't there because I'd slept maybe 11 hours across the last 4 days. What would you do? Stare at a picture until your memory warps it into something unfamiliar. That's what isolation does. It rots your certainty from the inside. The fourth night came, 9:47. The light appeared on schedule, mechanical and patient. The static crackled in harmony. I didn't touch the radio this time, just watched. My coffee had gone cold hours ago, a thin skin forming on the surface. The cabin smelled like stale grounds and the metallic bite of oncoming weather. By the fifth night, I'd stopped questioning whether the light was real. I started questioning whether I was. My hands trembled as I wrote the log entry. The ink smeared. Outside, the wind had died completely, the forest holding its breath. I glanced at Alina's photograph one more time before closing the wallet. Her smile had turned away from the camera entirely. And somewhere far below in the darkness, the light burned on, waiting for me to understand what it wanted. I waited until dusk. The high-power binoculars felt cold against my palms, metal casing slick with condensation. I braced them against the window frame to steady my hands. 5 nights of watching had taught me patience, but not calm. 9:47. The light flickered on. I adjusted the focus wheel. Click, click. The valley floor swam into clarity, trees sharpening into individual branches, shadows pooling between trunks. The light source sat exactly where it had always been, unwavering in the darkness. I twisted the wheel one more increment, and there it was. A fire lookout tower. My breath caught. Not a cabin, not a campfire, a tower. The structure rose from the valley floor like a mirror image pulled from my own reflection. Same Forest Service green paint. Same observation windows wrapping the cabin. Same weathered stairs spiraling down through skeletal support beams. Impossible. I lowered the binoculars, blinked hard, looked again, still there. My hands shook as I pulled the topographical maps from the filing cabinet. The musty smell of old paper filled the cabin as I spread them across the desk. I traced every contour line, every elevation marker, every trail notation. The valley below was marked as unmapped terrain, old-growth forest, no structures, no tower. I checked the construction logs, maintenance records, radio frequencies assigned to Forest Service stations within 50 miles. Nothing. No permits. No reports. No mention of a second lookout in this sector. But I could see it through the glass, standing where nothing should exist. What would you do? Would you trust the maps? Or your own eyes? I pressed my forehead against the cold window and stared down at my impossible twin, burning its light into the gathering dark. Tomorrow I would have to go down there. I left at first light. No radio call to Dale. No logged route plan. Protocol demanded I stay at my station, but the tower below had burned through 5 nights of surveillance, and documentation wouldn't explain what my eyes had already confirmed. The descent started easy. Switchbacks I'd memorized during fire season, granite outcrops marking elevation drops. My boots found purchase on familiar trail. Then the trail ended. I pushed into old growth where no path existed, and the forest swallowed sound like water absorbing ink. My breathing should have echoed. It didn't. The snap of a branch under my weight produced only muffled pressure against my eardrums, as if the air itself had thickened into something that refused to carry vibration. Fog clung to the undergrowth, cold and stationary, defying even the slight morning breeze that should have moved through these elevation bands. The temperature dropped with each step, not the gradual cooling of descending altitude, but sudden, localized cold that raised goosebumps along my forearms despite my jacket. I tasted metal on my tongue, copper and ozone, the flavor of old batteries corroding in a drawer. Would you keep walking, knowing something fundamental had shifted, that the forest no longer obeyed the rules you'd learned across 5 years of rangering? I kept walking. 4 hours dissolved into timeless trudging. My watch hand seemed to stutter between minute marks. The compass needle drifted lazily, never quite settling on magnetic north. But the tower grew closer with each labored step, rising through the canopy like a monument to my own deteriorating certainty. Then I stood at its base, neck craned upward and my breath caught. The structure mirrored my station exactly. Same weathered planks, same Forest Service green paint faded to sage along the southern exposure, same rusted hinges on the observation shutters, but the wood grain, the wood grain ran backwards. Every knot, every crack, every age ring flowed in perfect reverse of what physics allowed. The stairs waited. 63 steps. I knew the count without climbing because I climbed 63 steps every day to reach my own cabin. My hand gripped the railing, ice cold despite the morning sun now filtering through fog, and the wood groaned under my weight. Creak, creak, creak. Each step sang with sound the forest had refused to carry. The wrongness of it prickled across my scalp. Noise existed only here, only on this structure, as if the tower claimed exclusive rights to vibration in this dead valley. 50 steps, 55, 60. The cabin door stood slightly ajar, and through the gap I saw the corner of a desk I recognized. But from inside that sliver of darkness, something else waited. The faint scent of coffee I'd brewed 4 hours ago, 1,500 vertical feet above me, in a tower that should have been the only one for 20 miles. I reached for the door and heard breathing that wasn't mine. I pushed the door open. The breathing stopped. The cabin was empty, but occupied. That metallic scent hung heavier here, coating the back of my throat like old pennies. Every object sat exactly where mine did, 7,000 feet above. The desk faced the same western window. The propane heater squatted in the same corner. Even the coffee mug rested on the same warped plank, brown ring staining the wood. I stepped inside. The floor groaned, wrong pitch, half a note too low. My desk, my chair, my radio mounted on the wall, call numbers matching. The dials were set to Dale's frequency. I touched the mug, still warm. My hand jerked back. The coffee inside steamed faintly, surface tension unbroken. Someone had poured this minutes ago. But the cabin stretched empty around me, silent except for my own ragged breathing. The log book sat open on the desk. I knew that binding. Forest Service issue, olive drab canvas, corners reinforced with brass. I'd filled 3 of them over the years. This one looked newer, pages still crisp, but the handwriting. Oh, no, my handwriting. The cramped capitals I used for dates. The way my capital R looped too far left. Entry after entry marching down pages in ink I recognized from my own pen. March 15th. Clear skies. Patrol Route Alpha complete. No smoke. I'd never written those words. March 15th, I'd been at my tower, the real one, documenting the same clear skies in my own log book. My fingers trembled as I turned pages. April 9th, May 22nd, June 3rd, all in my hand, all impossible. The dates stretched back exactly 6 months, and the final entry written this morning read, "If you are reading this, you have 4 hours before you become me." My fingers found the last page. The paper felt colder than the rest. Wrong somehow, like it had been touched by frozen hands. Day 180, the entry began. My own handwriting, but the letters pressed deeper into the page. Desperate. Still seeing the fake tower. The ink had smudged in one corner, a thumbprint I recognized. Mine. Every 6 months I've watched it burn through the night. Today I hiked to it. The metallic smell in the air grew sharper. I could taste copper on my tongue, found myself inside. My chest tightened. The words blurred, then refocused. This is my last entry before I disappear. If you are reading this, you are me. You hiked to your own tower. The cabin creaked. Just the wind, I told myself, just settling wood, but the sound came from inside, not outside. A floorboard compressed under weight I couldn't see. The final sentence waited at the bottom of the page. Look behind you. 2 words. 3 syllables. They shouldn't have had power. But my hands started shaking so hard the logbook rattled against the desk. What would you do? If your own handwriting commanded you to turn around in an impossible place, would you obey? I didn't want to, oh God. I didn't want to, but my body moved anyway. Muscles overriding terror. My neck rotated, slow, mechanical, like something else controlled the motion. My shoulders followed. The room spun into view degree by degree. The doorway came into focus. My breath stopped. Not because I couldn't breathe, because something in my lungs forgot how. The air turned solid in my throat, trapped, burning. My heart hammered once, twice, then nothing. Just silence and the shape standing in the frame, watching me with eyes I knew better than my own. I was staring at myself. The man in the doorway had my jaw, my cheekbones, my build beneath the weathered Park Service jacket. But his face, oh God, his face. Deep lines carved through skin turned leathery by sun and isolation. Gray threaded through hair I still kept dark. His hands, scarred, liver spotted, trembling, clutched the same log book I just read. Those hands told me everything. He stepped inside. The floorboards creaked under boots I recognized. The left heel worn on the outside edge just like mine. The metallic smell of the valley clung to him, mixed with old paper and wood smoke. You're wondering if this is real. His voice scraped out rough, aged, but the cadence was mine, the exact rhythm I used when talking to myself during long shifts. It is. I couldn't move, couldn't speak. He set the log book on the desk between us. Every 6 months we hiked to our reflection tower. His finger, my finger, gnarled and thick-knuckled, traced the wood grain. Every time we replace ourselves. Enno, I've been you 9 times, Marcus. Hearing my name in that ruined voice shattered something inside me. What did he mean by replace? The word hung in the cold air like a threat, but I couldn't grasp its full weight yet. He moved closer. I saw the scar above his left eyebrow, the one I got falling from a ladder at age 12. Another on his knuckle from Eleanor's broken coffee mug during our last fight. Every mark was mine. Tonight, he reached toward me, and the lamplight caught the deep exhaustion in eyes I'd seen in mirrors for 34 years. Tonight you become me. The room tilted. I looked down at my hands and felt the first cold prickle of change crawling beneath my skin. He extends the log book toward me, and I take it. The leather cover feels cold, too cold. Wrong temperature for skin contact, like holding something that's been buried underground. My fingers close around it. Oh no. The hands gripping the spine aren't mine. They can't be mine. Liver spots bloom across the knuckles like bruises spreading under time-lapse photography. The skin sags, papery thin, revealing blue veins that map decades I haven't lived. A scar cuts across my left thumb, white and ancient. I got that scar. When? I remember now, splitting kindling, February, years ago, but it happened yesterday. My breath comes shallow, fast. I force myself to look at my arms. The flannel sleeves pull back, revealing forearms corded with muscle gone stringy, spotted with age, marked with scars I recognize. The burn from the propane stove. The gash from barbed wire on the trail to Cascade Pass. All mine. All impossible. What would you do? I whisper to the empty air. Would you scream? Would you check again, desperate, praying your eyes lied? I look up, searching for his face, for my face, for answers. The doorway is empty. Just the dark rectangle of the frame. The threshold worn smooth. The hinges silent. He's gone. But I didn't hear him leave. Didn't hear the floor creak. Didn't hear breathing stop or footsteps begin. Then a stair groans below me. The third step from the top. I know its voice. I've climbed those stairs 1,000 times, learned which boards sing and which stay silent. Another creak. Fifth step. descending in the measured rhythm of someone who knows the tower's skeleton as well as his own. I lunge toward the window. My joints ache. When did that start? My knees crack as I move, sounds I've never made, sounds that belong to my father, not me. I press my weathered palms against the glass, smudging it with prints that look nothing like the ones I left this morning. Down below, emerging from the base of the tower, a figure. He wears my jacket. The blue one Alina gave me for our anniversary. My pack bounces against his shoulders, young shoulders, straight and strong. His gait is easy, familiar. I watch him navigate the rocks at the clearing's edge, stepping exactly where I would step, favoring his left leg slightly because of the old soccer injury that never quite healed. He doesn't look back. Why would he? He thinks he escaped, thinks he discovered the truth and walked away free, thinks the nightmare lives down here in this valley, and safety waits up there in his tower, my tower. His tower now. The forest swallows him between two cedars and he's gone, hiking back up the mountain, back to Pinnacle Watch, back to the radio and the log book and the light he'll see in 6 months, burning down here in the valley like a promise, like a mouth opening. The silence that follows his departure isn't peaceful. It's hungry. I stand at the window, my aged reflection staring back from the glass, and realize I can't remember my own voice anymore. Can't remember what it felt like to speak his name, my name, Alina's name. I open my mouth to test it. Nothing. Not even a whisper. Not even breath shaped into sound. My throat works, muscles contracting, but the air passes through dead and mute. The tower has already begun taking what it needs. My voice first, then memory, then self. But what comes after silence, I'm only beginning to understand. I lunged toward the window. My mouth opened wide, throat muscles contracted. Nothing, not a whisper, not a rasp. The silence inside me was absolute, a vacuum where sound should exist. I pressed my scarred fingers against my throat, felt the cartilage shift under papery skin, but the vocal cords refused. They simply refused to vibrate. Have you ever tried to scream and produced nothing? I stumbled to the radio. The same battered CB unit that connected me to Dale, to Jenna, to the world 15 miles below. My aged hands fumbled with the dial, twisting through frequencies. Static would be enough. Static meant connection. Static meant I still existed somewhere in the signal. The speaker gave me silence. Dead air, complete and total. I pressed the transmit button, released, pressed again. The red indicator light didn't even flicker. I shook the unit, childish, desperate, but the metal casing felt wrong in my grip. Lighter, hollow, as if the components inside had rotted away decades ago. The metallic smell thickened around me, coating my tongue with the taste of old pennies. I reached for my wallet with trembling hands. The leather felt cold, unfamiliar. Inside, the photograph of Alina smiled up at me from our anniversary dinner, the same image I'd carried for 2 years since the divorce. But something had shifted. Her face, oh God, her face was turned away now. Not erased, not gone, just angled toward the restaurant window instead of the camera. The smile remained, but it wasn't for me anymore. It never had been in this version of the past. Can you imagine watching your own history rewrite itself? The tower creaked around me, settling, digesting. I was being unmade, thread by thread, erased from every frequency and photograph and memory. And somewhere above me, my younger self was climbing back into Pinnacle Watch, convinced he'd escaped. But 6 months from now, he'd see the light. The days blur into weeks, weeks into months. I document the weather, record false patrol routes, fill the log book with my handwriting because that is what the tower demands. The pen feels foreign in my scarred hands, but the letters form themselves, muscle memory older than thought. On day 173, the light appears, not in this valley, but across the impossible distance, burning in my original tower. Pinnacle Watch glows through the fog, and I lift the binoculars with hands that shake from more than age. Through the lenses, I see him, myself, younger, leaning forward at the observation deck, scanning for smoke. He spotted it. I watch him radio it in. Watch him pace the cabin floor 3 nights running. The static crackles even here, metallic taste flooding my mouth, copper and cold. He doesn't know yet, can't know. The tower protects its secret until the moment of replacement. On day 180, he descends. I track his progress through the old-growth forest, his pack bobbing between trees. 4 hours. The same route I took. The same certainty driving each step. I lower the binoculars when he reaches the valley floor, because I cannot watch him climb these stairs, cannot witness the moment his hands touch this railing, still warm from my grip. Instead, I open the log book, write the final entry. If you are reading this, you are me. You hike to your own tower, look behind you. The ink dries, footsteps creak on the stairs outside. I stand, turn toward the doorway. He'll need the log book. He'll need to understand, though understanding changes nothing. The door swings open and I see